Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only accepts from the righteous who fear him. So if you offer a sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not accept a sacrifice of the wrongdoers. So if you raise your hand towards me to kill me, I shall not raise my hand towards you to kill you. Indeed, I fear Allah, Lord of the worlds. So you can see this brother of his, whom the other said that he is going to kill him, is saying that I'm not going to raise my hand to you because I fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So some of the people are evil, others are righteous, and the righteous always fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Indeed, I want you to obtain thereby my sins and your sins, so that you will be among the companions of the hellfire. And that is the recompense of the wrongdoers. And his soul permitted to him the murder of his brother. So he killed him and became among the losers. So this one killed his brother and he became among the losers. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent a crow searching or scratching the ground to show him how to hide the disgrace of his brother. He said, "Oh, woe to me. Have I failed to be like this crow?" You can imagine somebody is regretting that he becomes a crow, so that he can be able to hide the crow, the disgrace or the body of his brother. And he became among those people who regret. Because of this, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption done on the land, it is as if he has slain mankind. So in Islam, if somebody kills another person without a just reason, and the just reason may be killing another person or causing corruption on this earth, he is as if he has killed the whole of mankind. And whoever saves one, that is another person, it is as if he has saved the entire mankind. Indeed, many of them after that and throughout the land, they are transgressors. So anybody who kills another person for not just reason, then he is among the people who are wrongdoers. Now let's pray. I will read a very short prayer. Ya Allah, on this morning, fill our hearts with light, our mind with clarity, and our steps with purpose. Protect us from anything that distances us from you. Grant us rizq that is halal, peace that is deep, and love that is sincere. Amen.
Our officers who are here, other guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Amjambo. I want to welcome you back to day 2 of our conference, and want to believe very strongly that you had a very good evening and slept well, and have woken up for this day. Today is a very important day because we'll have the official opening of this conference to make us continue. I want to call upon a poet who is supposed to we have a poem on school fires and some encouraging statements from one of our visitors here. And meanwhile, we want to have the chair, Busia, Mr. Maase, if you are around. Chairman Busia, Chairman KESHA Busia, Mr. Maase. Kindly step forward if you are around. And then I'm also informed that there is a principal who has dropped her documents. This principal is called Edith Awino Onyango. Edith Awino Onyango, you've dropped your documents in a taxi, and the owner of the taxi is looking for you to give back your documents. So kindly see me if you are the person mentioned. Bwana Bokoko Mwenye. Kindly step forward. Start us off with a poem on school fires. And Semastia, be ready. I'm giving you 10 minutes, Semastia, to make the presentation. The problem is time. Utafungiwa nje. Najua tuna problem. Semastia, kindly. Semastia, come and make your presentation. Lost and found document. Oh, I'm around. Semastia. Karibu. My boss. Let me make a presentation. Alafu immediately after here, you come and
Yes, good morning. Yes, I'm Poro Waiboshi. I'm from Semastia. I want to make a presentation on some research we had done regarding the STEM education and baseline on competency-based education. I think I'm not new to this hall. I've been here before talking to you. I used to be the coordinator of the ITOYA, so I know we have interacted. What I'm going to present here is a baseline study on implementation of STEM pathway at a competency-based at senior school in Kenya. And this is from the Department of Research and Innovation at Semastia. And we are supposed to be presenting with my co-colleague, Madam Agnes. But for now, I am here. So, who is scrolling? The person in charge, next slide, please. Or you give me the... Yes. As an introduction, I want to say that the country, as you are aware, is transiting into senior school. And this study, thank you. This study provides critical evidence on pedagogical, institutional, and resource-related factors influencing the delivery of STEM education at senior school. As you are aware, all of us here in senior school, and we know that the country is at a stage whereby we are moving from the 844, and now we are at the CBE. And it has already taken place in junior school, and now we are at the senior school. The study examines teachers and the learners' perception, and we are the teachers here, plus our learners, and we want to look at the pedagogical leadership support. Pedagogical is the art of teaching and learning, and the utilization of learning resources. In most cases, we have learning resources, or they may not be inadequate, but we want to see how we are using the ones which are already existing. And then we also look at the pedagogical practices in STEM classrooms. Now, the rationale for this study is that, one, the Kenya educational reform emphasizes the STEM pathway as an enabler for socio-economic development at the Vision 2030. And we are all seated here. All our schools are STEM schools. And these STEM schools, the percentage of the students is supposed to be 60% thereabout. So you can see the importance of the STEM education. Although we have got 3 pathways, but you can see the weight of the STEM. Socioeconomic development at Vision 2030. We also have bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is the Beta 22-2027. Again, on the STEM, this is the pathway which can lead us to Singapore. It's also among the Vision 2030 and the others. And we are going to find that the story of Singapore is that them in their schools and the colleges, 80% of the students do STEM. As we are even struggling to reach 60%. And maybe that is the secret why they are where they are. The other is 20%. Currently in the Kenyan situation, for the 844, as we move towards the CBE, the sciences and the mathematics, or generally the STEM, the percentage currently in our schools is just less than that percent. STEM, the other way around. So we cannot be able to reach the Vision 2030 or the Beta or the Singapore without STEM. Where the competency-based curriculum framework is robust, empirical evidence, evidence based on experience, evidence based on observation, evidence based on experiments. On the school level, evidence for implementation at senior schools is very limited. So that's why we did this research. And the rationale again is also the need to provide SMASTEA among other stakeholders with evidence-based status. Evidence, not just from the bruise, but something which we can be able to defend and is based on evidence. Of STEM implementation at senior school to ensure that teacher capacity development and resource allocation are data-driven and context profile. Yes, these are the counties. We visited your counties, and even in these counties, we summoned some schools, and we may have visited your schools. Now, the objectives of this research was, 1, to establish teachers and learners' perception towards the implementation of CBE within the STEM pathway in senior school. To determine the extent of pedagogical leadership support in implementation of STEM subjects. The other one was to assess the utilization of running resources for STEM subjects instruction. And then the last one was to analyze the pedagogical practices of teachers in the STEM pathway. And we are going to look at them and see the findings. And the study, the respondents were principals. Who are you who are seated here? We had the teachers who we gave questionnaire, and we also had a discussion with them, focus group discussion, and then we also had questionnaire and interview with the runners. And that is the percentage of the respondents. Now, let's go now to the key findings. For objective 1, to establish teachers and learners' perception towards the implementation of CBE within the STEM pathway in senior school, the first finding for objective 1 was that learners were highly motivated. We find that 94.3 agreeing that practical activities enhance understanding of STEM subjects, concepts. Moreover, 95.7% of the learners indicated they intend to pursue careers which are related to STEM. Remember, these are students who are already chosen the STEM pathway. And we find that 97% are already, but you can still see there are 2%. And I know you have got that challenge, around 4.3%, who are in STEM pathway, doing STEM careers, but maybe they are might be somewhere else. They want to do something else. And even those who are doing STEM, we are not also very sure whether all of them are convinced that they want to do STEM. Now, the recommendation is that teachers should strengthen learner-centered pedagogies by increasing opportunities for hands-on. Hands-on, we mean practicals. Let the STEM subjects be hands-on. Let them be practical. And we are going to find that one of the challenges we are having with students who leave school and go to colleges or universities, mtoto anafanya medicine, the first lesson akiingia School of Medicine Nairobi University, anapelekwa Chiromo campus, akakagua maiti, anatoroka. They normally admit whatever percentage, but some of them run away because they are not used to the practicals. Ikiwa kwa chura walikuwa na chija paka, sio paka, panya, and rabbits and the others, maybe they will be used to, and then, so that is the, we also have engineers who are not used to hands-on. And the problem could be with us, it starts with the school. And that's why anakaa kwa ofisi, just signing papers, nyumba inajengwa huko South Sea inaboromoka. But all the same, fighting too. Learners generally perceive the STEM pathway as relevant with intended to pursue. I think I have elaborated that. Recommendation here is that heads of institutions, principals who are seated here should strengthen career guidance. Career guidance, mentorship programs and STEM clubs to sustain the learners' positive attitude. And when we talk of careers, we are going to have that, to find that there are students, already they are very young, they want to do certain careers, but maybe they are not very convinced. It is us to have very good career guidance programs. And that's why tunakuwa na watoto wanatoka shule zenu, wanapata A, wakipata A huko hakukaliki. We are celebrating, which is good. Mabasi ya Aero inavuka barabara. Tunasema yote yawezekana bila kwa imani. But these students, we have got very damning statistics. Once they go to university, quite a number drop out. Right now, I know you have students in your schools, in your homes, relatives. Mtoto alienda kufanya medicine first year. Second year anafanya IT. Third year anafanya film industry. They are confused. Not that, why did they choose that career despite performing very well? Because when you are choosing career, there are so many other factors which should come in during career guidance. Because career guidance or career which you choose, apart from using the pathway you have chosen, it has something to do with my personality. It has to do with my interest, the talent of the student, the passion, the traits, the hobbies, the passion, job market, strength, values, and so many other things, including the prestige, the pay, the performance, job conditions, and so on. So, let's also guide them. Apart from doing the right pathway, let's also do careers which suit their personality. And this one is very, very serious because unaona mtoto anasoma law, he may graduate with the first class, anasema hiyo kazi sitaki. And there are so many. There is a lot of job mismatch. Why? What is the personality and the traits of a lawyer? Anaenda kwa law firm, very prestigious. Anabua, the judgment will be on 10th August. We need 20 evidences of mtoto anachidwa, nani atasoma hii yote, nani atafanya hii research. Despite being very bright, maybe his personality is not that, because he has to read, he has to be analytical, because the judge ataenda kwa koti or the lawyer kusema, in 1974, this was done this way. In 1978 in India, so let's be careful on that. Now, let me go to the The other yes, imekubali. Finding 3, where 93.3 of runners perceived their school environment as supportive for STEM learning. Most of the runners highlighted concern regarding inadequate textbook. That time, because we did this thing in late February and early March, the grade 10 had just joined the school. That time they said there were some in some subjects. But right now the problem has been solved. I think there are all textbooks in the school. They also talked about few working computers for the compulsory ICT. And remember the grade 10, they are very ICT compliant. Kuna wengine walikuwa wanaambia walimu, najua wanawaambia sintukubaliwe tukuja na wa laptops because here higher lab and so on. So we need to be conscious of that. Higher learning enrollment pressures in some schools. We were told yesterday by the PS that some schools have over-enrolled, others in C what they have got, but we found that there is pressure in some schools. And we did this research in all categories of the 4 schools. And then limited access to ICT and laboratory facilities. Even when they are there, the ICT laboratory is there, the laboratories are there, we found that the students are not exposed or given enough time. The recommendation is heads of institution and the teachers to improve access to instructional materials, science laboratory, and ICT facilities to address these disparities. And fighting for, on the aspect of adequate preparation through professional development to handle CBE, 63% of teachers expressed that they have been adequately prepared. The other 37 who are not adequately prepared, yet they are handling our students. What are we supposed to do? 19.4 were uncertain. For 17.6 expressed that they are inadequately, they don't know. And you know 844 and the CPE are very, very diverse. The language is very different. I want to get about the subject, I want to get strad, substrad, competencies, values, and so many other things. Key question, contemporary issues. The assessment, quite different. Rubric, the other one was content oriented. So they need to be adequately prepared. So recommendation is education field officers and all others should strengthen continuous professional development for teachers. Even those 63 who are saying that they are adequately prepared, they also need still kuongezewa mafuta. Yes, objective 2 was to determine the extent of pedagogical leadership. And who is supposed to provide the pedagogical leadership? The principals who are here. We are going to fight that in the implementation of STEM in senior school. Fighting 1, leadership support by you was structurally present but uneven. It was uneven, not that point. Where 91% of runners felt encouraged to put effort in STEM subjects by their school principals, monitoring practices by school heads was found to emphasize on administrative compliance over pedagogical. We were reminded yesterday that we have a crucial role. Although we are head teachers, we are administrators, we are first and foremost teachers and pedagogical leaders. So, the language of CBE, it should also be conversant. In fact, it should be ahead of the teachers. So, while 72.1% of teachers agreed that principals provide clear guidance on STEM subject implementation, the other almost that percent they disagreed. They said the principals don't assist them. They rarely look at their schemes of work, they rarely look at their lesson plans, and so on. And then, the fighting is instructional guidance is not uniformly experienced across all schools. And therefore, we need, of course, yes, Master can come in, and the other stakeholders like Kemi should coordinate capacity building of heads of institutions. And I think we have been trying to enable them provide meaningful support going beyond just checking the compliance. Then objective 3 was to assess the utilization of learning resources for STEM subjects. And here we are not talking of availability. We are talking of utilization. How well are we using them? Although most learners, 78.6, reported access to available learning resources during lessons, 24 among them indicated that access was often inconsistent and inequitable. So, very serious. That percent of the students, they want to become doctors, they want to become engineers, yet, and even the 78, we also needed to encourage them further. So, access to available STEM-related laboratories and the ICT was largely controlled. Of course, you control with good reasons, but all the same, let it not hinder accessibility. Where 41.3 learners reported not having access or using digital resources in STEM lessons since they joined. Remember when we went to collect this data in all the counties I have shown, our watoto walikuwa kwa shule for almost 1 month. They had started kusoma. Halafu anasema hatujaingia kwa lab. It was a very bad beginning. Na kule walikuwa primary, most of them, they were used to these things almost on daily basis. So, less learners reported access to laboratory computers is highly controlled in other cases or locked. Of course, we tell them wazi wakaenda bila mwalimu, but let's try to come up with a policy whereby we let them access. The recommendation is HOI. And who is HOI? The people seated here. Should ensure equitable access to STEM learning resources by improving scheduling, increasing availability of digital resources, and ensuring regular learner participation in practical and technology-supported activities. SMASTEA should capacity build teachers on improvisation. This one, we are trying, and I'm going to give something small on virtual labs. I'm going to encourage you to visit our Kibada. I'm going to say the things which are available there, because this is one of the things, I may not talk about it here, but it's one of the key things we are doing. Developing virtual labs, and for those schools which don't have facilities, and even those which have got facilities, it can support the conventional doing of practicals by having a virtual lab. At the SMASTEA, we have got already this in our portal. You just go to our portal. It's free of charge for now, and a student can do any experiment. Titration. Anachukua burette, anaweka. Anachukua pipette, anaweka. Anachukua anything else, anaweka. Anachukua acid, anaweka. Anachukua the alkali which is there. And then ana mix, and get the measurements, and a shoulder glove, and so on. So that is that. Very, very key. And it's one of the interventions SMASTEA is doing, and we are continuing so that we provide this service to the schools. Objective 4, to analyze the pedagogical practices of teachers in the STEM pathway in senior school. We did lesson observation. And you can see the scale here, the aspects we observed. 1, not evident. Partly evident. If it is nearing 3, it was evident. And from a scale of 1 to 3, we have categorized 1 to 1.7, not evident. If the score was there, 1.67 to 2.34, partially evident. And if it was above 2.3, 2.34 to 3. And these are the findings. Learning resources. Digital tools or technology, e.g. simulation, videos, data, are used to support learning of the STEM concept. This one we did by going to class and actually observing the teacher teaching who are teaching STEM. And you can see the finding. Those teachers who are in service, they scored 1.5. That one is partly evident according to the scale I have given there. Not in service, 1.255. In fact, even the other one is short of the 1.67. So, you can see there is a very serious gap there. That the data tools or technology are not very well utilized in the teaching and learning, in the lessons you observed. And this one you need to be aware as principals so that as you talk to your teachers, you know. The other thing was appropriating and digital resources. Hii wanajaribu kidogo. And we are talking of digital resources. Because you know, for the service, the teachers, 2.06. For the teachers who are not in service, 1.8. So hata siko partly evident. Hata hawajafika that there was good evidence. Now, finding one. Use of digital tools was not evident in 69. Encourage these teachers to use the digital tools. Encourage them to do ICT integration in teaching and learning. We have tried to train, I think we have trained every teacher in every school. So he can be a seed to affect and infect the others. With the lesson observation index was 1.43. The utilization of non-digital resources was partly evident. The other one, remember, is not evident. Not evidence, the scale is very low. We can as well say it was not there. Having a lesson index of 1.99. So let's try to see what we can do once we go back. Professional documents. Everything starts with the planning. Everything starts with the planning. And the core business of a school is curriculum implementation, teaching and learning. Schemes of work is aligned to the curriculum design. We can see the general in service 1.908. Not in service 1.691. And remember we said the scale is 1 to 3. Ikikaribia 3 is evident. Ikikaribia 1, not evident. Easy ko hapo katikati. Lesson plan is derived from the scheme of work. Again, for the in service, there's that. Not in service, there's 1.47. This one is not evident. It's even below 1.67. And remember, if somebody does not have a lesson plan, or a lesson plan which is not a good lesson plan, you can expect what is going to follow. The teaching and learning will also be affected, and very seriously. So the starting point is these professional documents which are here. And we already have the curriculum design. You can download them for free. Some teachers were asking us, where are the curriculum designs? Or be it is in your phone, you have it, you carry it every day from the KICD. So it's you just to be following up and reminding them. Lesson outcomes are stated in CBE format. It has to have knowledge, skills, and attitude. And the way they are framed, the first one must be action-oriented verb, what the runners will do. There is object, and then there is the context, the situation. I may not elaborate, but this is very, very key. Very, very key. And once we go to any school, we encourage and support the teachers. When they are planning the lesson plan, before even you implement, it should have that lesson. Any lesson plan for CBE must have a KIQ, key inquiry question. And that's why I said there is much difference between the 844 and this one. Some of them, they give the KIQ. Others, they don't. Others, the KIQ is not framed the way it's supposed to. So let's encourage them and finding two. Most professional preparation aspects fall within the range of partly evident. And if it is partly evident for the professional documents, the teaching will also be partly evident, or even worse than that. So this suggests that where teachers demonstrated understanding application of CBE lesson preparation requirements, implementation was inconsistent and not yet fully utilized. And we are going to find that some teachers, the lesson plan wanaisema, what are the 7 competencies? Learning to learn, problem solving, critical thinking, communication, but how to infuse it in the lesson plan? Inakuwa goma ingine. We have values. They mention them in the lesson plan. The love, the respect, the sharing. Alafu unamuuliza, how are you infusing respect in this lesson? How are you promoting it? Hiyo unaona anaangalia upande, or he does not answer. Or you observe a lesson, it is in the lesson plan, but during implementation it is not there. And once we instill these values, competencies to the students, maybe the questions we are seeing of the unrest we can minimize them. We may not eliminate them completely, but a student who have got love for another one, a student who have got love for life, a student who have got respect for others, respect for life, haweza kachukua kiberiti kuchoma wengine, hata kuchoma hiyo. One of the things, findings indicate a strong positive perception of the STEM pathway among runners, with 97% indicating willingness to pursue STEM-related careers. Let's take that advantage. They are already positive. They know what they want. They are still young. They may not know 100%, but somehow it's something we can. The assessment revealed committed teaching force, but in need of teacher capacity development. Teachers are there willing, but wanataka kuongezwa mafuta kidogo. Equitable resource provision and enhanced learning-based systems for effective implementation. Now, as I conclude and thank you for listening to me, I would encourage you. Sasa imerudi. All mathematics and pure science lessons observed were to be taught by teachers trained in subjects. However, applied, observed, you can see the subjects, and I know it is here in the school, they are taught by teachers who have got subject mismatch. Employed by, unaambia mwalimu wa physics, we kuja somesha agriculture or building. Of course they try, but there is a, and most technical studies were not observed in class since the schools were not offering the subjects, despite learners indicating they had chosen to pursue the subject in those schools. Remember, tulikuta watoto anasema mimi niliitiwa aviation, niliabua ndio nakuja kufanya na hapa hakuna. Niliabua nitafanya building construction. That was very serious for their pride, and try to see what you can do so that next year we try to minimize and the problem will not be there. Now, as I conclude, I want to say that you can visit our kibada. We have a kibada for semester there. And some of the things we have there, we have got brochures. They are for free. Just take a run more and you are going to get our communication. The email or the X account, the Facebook and so on. We have a lot of merchandise there. T-shirts, charts, kama hii nimevaa na zingine. Those ones are not for free. Small cost sharing. But visit. You can buy one to be encouraging teachers. Innovative teaching and learning, that is even more serious. Go learn about innovative teaching and learning strategies. Digital skills in learning. We have emerging technologies. We have AI. We have people there, personnel who are going to attend to you. We have robotics. We are going to talk about Mass Olympiad and so on. Makerspace, innovation labs at the boot camp. And the most importantly, you are going to have virtual labs. They will be demonstrated to you at how to, so that we improve our teaching and learning. And then, very finally, we have books. We have authored as master. And some are even personal. We have a book called Lesson Study by Master, how to professionally improve our teaching and learning. We also have a book there, utapata hapo, Career Guidance Booklet, CB Implementation, 7 to 12. It is going to give how the students, despite choosing the pathway, how you can align their personalities, how to guide them from one. We know the teachers are not may be very well prepared, but this book have got something for the teachers, something for the principal, something for the parents, and something for the students. And that way, I think we can be able to build a better Kenya. The book is just going for 400, and it is written by somebody P.N. Waiboshi from Smastea. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening to me, and continue being good ambassadors and good stakeholders of Smastea. Na nchi yetu. Asanteni, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Can we give a better clap to Smastea? They have done a very good presentation. The CEO is in the hall. Thank you. Lost and found documents, Stephen Musyoki Muya, your documents are here, you'll come for them. We move to our first presentation today, and I want to welcome Robert Njage, the chair, Tharaka Nithi, to come and lead us in this session. Mr. Njage, welcome. Time in the end. See how to squeeze that. I hope it will not make it stick again.
That's okay. Yeah, thank you very much, our Vice Chair. As I've already indicated, I am Robert Njage, KESHA Chair, Tharaka Nithi. We want to go to the aspect of awareness, and Dr. is here with us to take us through that, so that we're able to maybe get our peace of mind, to have our mindset road. So this is a very important session for us. With me, I want to introduce to you Dr. Fernandez Joki. Dr. Fernandez is an obstetrician, a gynecologist. She's a lecturer at Kenya Methodist University, where she offers these services to all students, to all learners. And also, she's a director at Heli Healthcare facility, where she also does the work of a directorship in our institution. Daktari also has a family. She's married. She has 2 adults. She has 1 university. And she's also cross-cutting to what we are discussing today, because she has also 2 CMB. This is the Daktari I'm bringing to you. Let's have a round of applause as we welcome Daktari Fernandez. Karibu sana Daktari.
Good morning, distinguished principals. Good morning. Good morning once again. How are you all? Melala vizuri. So as I wait for the presentation to go up, my name is Dr. Njoki Fernandez, like you've heard. My background is obstetrics and gynecology. I'm also a lecturer at the university, at the Kenya Methodist University. But I'm also very invested in school health and healthcare management systems. And I'm happy to be here with you this morning to discuss this very, very serious topic that is dear to the hearts of all of us. And I welcome you for a few minutes, and we can discuss how we can manage the mental wellness of our learners, looking at the events that we have encountered the last few weeks. And I'm sure they've been difficult for all of us as principals in our schools. If I could talk to you, many of you have stories to tell. But we thought maybe we could spend a few minutes and see how can we manage the mental wellness of our learners. What are the issues? And maybe how we can make the situation better for all of us. So I welcome you to walk this journey. So since April 27th, 2026, we have had 95 fire incidents in school. And this does not talk about the actual threats. These are the fires that actually happened and were reported. And in just weeks, we had 330 schools that have been affected by unrest. And some of you principals had this situation in your own schools. The saddest thing is that we lost 18 lives, 16 of which died at Utumishi Girls Academy in Gilgil on May the 28th, 2026. And we have also had fatalities of fires in the past. So we need to recognize that our learners are sending us a signal. Our learners are telling us something. The fires are a symptom, and we have a disease. And this disease is a mental health crisis with our learners. Our learners are telling us something, and we need to listen and see how we can address whatever it is they're telling us. I think this first half of second term has been very difficult for many of us, and it's a situation I think we want to avert in future. So our learners are not doing well, and we need to be alive to certain statistics as we look after them in our schools. The first one is that according to KEMRI, a study that was done in 2025, 52.6% of our students in secondary school have probable depression. 52.6%. That is half the population of the children in your school are probably depressed. 1 in 3 Kenyan adolescents are struggling with mental health issues. That is 33% of our children are struggling with mental health challenges. Suicide is the third leading cause of death in the age group 15 to 29. 82% of our students are experiencing bullying. 68% almost every day. So there's bullying happening in our schools. We can call it whatever we want, but 82% of our students are experiencing bullying. And 46% of university students have tried a substance of abuse, whether it is alcohol, whether it is marijuana, whether it is heroin, whatever. 46% of students have tried a substance of abuse. These numbers are numbers that we cannot ignore, especially as we are managing these children in our institutions. So what is happening in our schools and in our society? We need to ask ourselves, what is the root cause? Number one, exam pressure. And this has always been there. I saw at some point we were even being told to negotiate with our children so they don't do exams. We've always had exam pressure, even from the time we were students. But then there is also anxiety around the new curriculum that has been introduced. There's chaos around this transition, and the students are not feeling confident as we move forward. This is causing anxiety amongst our students. And maybe we've not raised our children, we as parents, to manage pressure very well. Because we've always done exams for as long as we can remember, and exams are a part of life. And they shouldn't give us so much anxiety to the point of doing some of the things that we are seeing in our schools. But this is a reality. Number two, because of the congestion that we have in our schools, and this is a reality that all of us principals have to accept, there are food and welfare deficits. I have visited many schools, and the quality of the food is not good. The food is not enough. There are water shortages. Yes, the toilets are not functioning. There's congestion in the dormitories. There's so much pressure to live every day that even the studying becomes secondary because these children are struggling to survive on a day-to-day basis in school. And then there's another thing that is happening, bullying. We don't talk about bullying enough, but this is a problem. 82% prevalence linked directly to suicidal ideation. There are some children who are so bullied, they feel the only thing they can do is take away their own life. And this is a problem. Yeah? Cyberbullying, because our children are on the internet a lot, and also physical bullying. Substance abuse, we cannot ignore that our children are ingesting a lot of substances. And these substances are medication for undiagnosed mental illness. Our children are taking a lot of substances, a lot. It is actually alarming. Absent psychotherapy and guidance and counseling. This has been mandated since 2001. But in our schools, our children do not have the mental wellness support they require to cope with the pressures of everyday living. We've talked about congestion and overcrowding. All our facilities are overstretched because of the 100% transition policy. The policy came without a plan. It's very good to say we want all our children in high school, but if we don't plan around it, then we have a problem. We as parents have also contributed to the situation because we have weak parental involvement. As parents, we are outsourcing emotional formation and discipline to schools. You hear parents saying that my child has no discipline, so I'm sending them to boarding school. Boarding school is not a place to discipline children. Boarding school is not a place for hardship. Boarding school is not a prison. But we have outsourced that responsibility of parenting to you. And so all our difficult children are being sent to boarding school. And that is a problem. Of course, there's a use of social media. Social media platforms are being used to coordinate and spread unrest. And that is why we saw that when the unrest started, it spread rapidly. Because these children are able to speak to each other through social media. And then, of course, the reality of the socioeconomic struggles that we have in our society. These struggles are visible in daily school life. The families where these children come from are struggling. There's unemployment, there's illness, there's disputes, parents are fighting. There are struggles at home. There's lack of school fees, there's no food in the house. And these struggles play out in school life. And then some students feel that they are not being heard. Yeah? So suppressed grievances become violence. Whether we like it or not, we must address the issue of boarding school. It is a discussion we cannot ignore anymore. Why? We are concentrating a vulnerable group of children, young people, together. Boarding schools gather hundreds of teenagers in closed spaces, away from family rhythms, under exam pressure, social competition, bullying, loneliness, hormonal confusion, and institutional control. Many survive and grow well, but others become resentful, isolated, or emotionally detached. We need to, every child can cope in a boarding school situation. And when we force our children to go into boarding schools against their desire or their wish, then we have a problem. If we look at the national pattern of tragedies in fires in school, I've only mentioned a few. In 1991, there was St. Kizito. In 1999, there was Nyeri High School. In 2001, Changuli, which is still the worst fire that we know to date, 67 children were killed. In 2024, we had 21 children killed at Endarasha. And then again, 2026, 16 killed at Utumishi. I've not included some of the schools that we know where we have had fires. And all these are boarding schools. We need to ask ourselves, how do we de-escalate the tension that is there in our boarding schools today? Yesterday, the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops made a statement, and I added this slide this morning. After I read the bishop, they had a State of the Nation address yesterday. And they're very concerned because the Catholic Church, I think they sponsor up to 40% of all schools in the country. And in their statement, they said that these tragedies should not be viewed merely as acts of indiscipline or criminality. They reveal a deeper crisis of human and moral formation. Human and moral formation. If a child is well formed morally and humanly, there are some things that child will not do, even when under pressure, even when angry, even when stressed. It may be communicating something deeper, turmoil or pain in our children that may be happening within them. It also portrays our lack of dedication to the true parenting of our children. Education is not only about academic achievement, dear principals. Those children that we have brought to your schools, we are not just interested in the A's or in the exceeding expectation. We need the children also formed in conscience, in character, in responsibility, and respect for the dignity of others. But for them to respect the dignity of others, we also must treat them with dignity. In some of our schools, our children are not living in dignity. And we need to accept that and look at the way we have put our children in very undignifying conditions. The question before our nation is not only why some children are burning schools, but whether we are adequately forming our children to value life, embrace dialogue, exercise self-control, and assume responsibility for one another and for the future of our country, and whether we are listening to their deeper feelings and concerns. This statement was issued yesterday at Donum Day in Karen. So we have to think, are we educating our children to value life? Value life. We look at the issue of these girls at Utumishi. If they valued life, they would not lock their colleagues up in a dormitory and set the mattress on fire, knowing very well that their colleagues will die. They have to be able to embrace dialogue. We have to teach our children how to talk, how to negotiate by our example. How do we dialogue? How do we negotiate? How do we exercise self-control? Because life is hard. There are many situations that will happen. It's not that every time we have a crisis, we take the drastic move that we see our children doing. We have to be our brother's keeper, always. And this is something that needs to be taught to our children in schools. Fraternity, brotherhood, sisterhood, looking out for each other. We have a concern in this country, and if we do not listen to their deeper feelings and concerns, unfortunately, this crisis will continue. I want to talk a bit now about the mental health gap. That is not a detail, it is the crisis. We have a crisis of mental health in our schools. What does the law say? In the legal notice number 95, there should be a guidance and counseling department in every school since 2001. But right now, we need to go a step further because guidance and counseling is merely a conversation that the child feels that they are heard and they are advised. We need to step up now to psychotherapy, which is actually a form of treatment for these children. Because some of them, you don't just talk to them, you have to give them coping mechanisms. You have to help them change their behavior. You have to help them change the way they are thinking. This is not guidance and counseling. This is actually psychotherapy, which is a branch of medicine. We need dedicated and qualified therapists to support student well-being. Dedicated and qualified. That is what they are doing every day. We need preventative, developmental, and continuous mental health support. Preventative. Many of these young people, before they take the action that they are taking to burn the schools or to damage property, they show signs. They show signs of distress. They show signs of anger. They show signs of being disconcerted. Are we able to observe those signs and prevent the crisis before it happens? We need to guide these children according to their developmental age. When children are a bit younger, they express themselves differently, and so they need to be managed differently. When they're older, we need to have people who are specialized to manage these children at that age. And it needs to be continuous to support the child as they go through this phase of their lives. The international standard is 250 students per therapist. So if your school has 2,500 students, you need 10 therapists working full-time to support your students. That is the gold standard. What actually exists in our schools today? Number one, most schools rely on a teacher. It could be the class teacher or a subject teacher, home science, biology, CRE. And they're given guidance and counseling as a secondary duty. But they still have their primary duty of teaching, of marking, of examining, and of supervision. So also, there is no dedicated time, there is no private space, and there is no minimal specific training. And because it's guidance and counseling, teachers are also subject teachers, the children feel they're not able to be confidential with them. And this is a study that we did. And the students are telling us that they cannot go and talk to their teachers because then they meet them in class and they also feel their business is discussed in the staff room. Also, we see that counseling is used as a punitive or a corrective tool only when the children are in trouble. Ukiona mtoto ako na shida, ndio unampeleka guidance and counseling. But remember, we said it should be preventative, not when the child is already showing signs of a problem. The reality in most Kenyan schools is that you have 1,000 of students per counselor. Even the schools that have employed counselors, you have 1 or 2 against 1,000 children, against 2,000 children. It doesn't work. There was a teacher who was reported in the press as saying, we were trained to teach subjects, not to raise children. There is a disconnect somewhere because we are bringing our children to you for you to raise them, but you're trained to teach. So then, of course, there is a problem somewhere. Boys and girls manifest stress differently. Okay? the things that trigger boys are not the same things that trigger the girls. So for example, for girls, they struggle to manage their menstrual health when the dormitories and the washrooms are overcrowded. They're not able to maintain the adequate sanitation. And this causes them a lot of stress, especially girls who have got heavy menstrual bleeding, girls who have menstrual cramps. And you see, during that time, they need to have a high level of hygiene. So it stresses them when they cannot achieve that menstrual health in overcrowded facilities. Girls suffer from sexual harassment and gender-based violence from peers, and also it is emerging from staff. Girls are easier to bully and to harass than boys. Pregnancy fear and the threat of expulsion. The age of sexual debut in Kenya is 9 years. The average age is 9 years. So by the time the girls are coming to your schools, many of them have been sexually active, and they're constantly afraid of being pregnant or being expelled. Social media amplifies the body image pressure. Many girls are feeling that their body image as they develop is not good enough. You know, as they grow, some of them, their bust is big, or they get a bit of weight, or they have a bit of acne, you know, they're a bit disproportionate. And the girls struggle with that body image, and social media does not help. Girls internalize stress. So what do? They get depressed. But there is also a lot of self-harm. We have seen many girls cutting themselves. And if you look at your girls, you will see they have cut marks on their hands, on their thighs, on their legs, and they've learned how to hide it very well. This is their way of internalizing and releasing that distress. Then there's this social pressure to appear strong and obedient. So these girls do not seek help, because the obedient girls are the good ones. But when I've been speaking to principals, they've been telling me that the obedient students are the ones who are the ringleaders when it comes to starting these fires and these problems. So you wonder what is happening. For the boys, they externalize distress via aggression and collective violence. You will notice that many of the schools where there is a lot of this violence are boys' schools. The boys are using substances more as a way of coping and social bonding. They do this thing together as a group, and many of them, you will notice that by the time they're going to do an act of criminality, they have ingested a substance to give them that extra courage. The prefect and the seniority system in our schools is enabling abuse. Many prefects are perpetuators of bullying. And prefects are just students who looked good or they perform well in class. That's the criteria for making them a prefect. Some of them are terrible and they are bullying our children. The emotional language is not taught or modeled. And we are raising our boys to think that they have to be silent. You have to be stoic. You have to be a man. Men don't complain. Men don't cry. This is a problem. And then, of course, there's a lot of peer mobilization via social media. So, CBE has also come with its challenges. And I think if we had anticipated these challenges earlier, maybe we would have alleviated some of the problems that we are seeing today. Number one, the curriculum is still uncertain. I think the curriculum is good, the implementation was a bit shaky. So the students are navigating CBE without clear career pathways or defined university entry requirements under the new system. We are learning as we go along. And this uncertainty, this lack of answers is causing problems. And then you will agree with me, my dear teachers, that you yourselves are also a bit in the dark, isn't it? You're also learning, and that also creates anxiety inconsistency, and a loss of academic confidence. Because the truth is, we are figuring it out as we go. And many of us are also learning as we go along. And some of us do not have answers. So if the mwalimu doesn't have answers, what happens to the child? Number 3, the protests of 2024 has affected our children, whether we like it or not, because they are part of the Gen Z movement. And it has led to institutional distrust, civic anxiety, and disillusionment, because they saw what happened that time. We think that revolution only affected adults, but it wounded our children deeply. And finally, this CBE generation is also suffering from climate, economy, and compounding stress factors. Joblessness at home. Our parents, we parents are fighting. There is a high cost of living. There is family economic precocity. And there are stressors beyond the school gate. But they enter the dormitory and they enter the classroom. These stressors find themselves into your school. The hard times that their parents are going through, the lack of communication, the lack of jobs, the divorce rate, the alcohol and substance abuse by we parents, the fighting, all these things affect our children negatively. So, what do? We have to have interventions. Number 1, preventative therapy. My dear principals, please, let us find ways of preventing crises, responding to the developmental stage of the child, and continuously before problems erupt. Your teachers need to be trained in mental health, not to be professionals, but they need to be able to identify a problem, to respond to it, and to refer. If there's a child in your school that has a mental health challenge, or you think has a challenge, don't sit on that child. Please refer. Number 3, we need to re-engage our parents. Those children belong to us as parents. You people, we have brought the children to you to learn, but not to parent or to raise. You need to re-engage the parents as the people who are the primary caregivers of your children. And then we need to have a lot of digital wellness education. What are our children doing when they're online? Social media literacy, anti-cyberbullying culture, online safety. All our children have gadgets in high school. They have phones, they have access to the internet, they have access to laptops. What are they doing with these devices? Number 5, hunger and poor hygiene are mental health infrastructure failures. And I'm talking to all of you as administrators of your schools. You must think, how do I feed these children adequately, nutritiously, in sufficient amounts? When children are hungry, even you, when you're hungry, you're very irritable. You're very agitated. So if this continues, it is a problem. And remember, some of the children in your schools come from homes where there is enough food. So they come to suffer when they come to school. But at home, they're okay. That is why they keep saying they want to go home. Wash. Yeah? Wash structures. Your bathrooms. Your toilets. Your dormitories. You must do something to improve the sanitation in these facilities. And the golden test, my dear principals, I challenge you to go to the bathrooms of your children. If you cannot use that bathroom yourself comfortably, there is something wrong with that bathroom. If you cannot use that bathroom comfortably, then there is a problem. It needs to be the standard that you yourself can access and use the washroom that your students are using. You need to have early warning systems in your school, structured touch points to detect distress before it escalates. This could be through the prefects, this could be through the dorm mistresses, this could be through forums where students sit and engage and talk about their problems. And then we need to activate student voice mechanisms to listen to their grievances. These safe, legitimate grievance channels and welfare committees with real mandate. We have to listen to our children. Listening is not always agreeing, but we have to listen to them. They need to feel that they have been heard. That is already part of the problem solved. When they feel that there are channels that their grievances can be heard. And if they can be fixed, why not? Peer support programs. You need to have peer supporters because we know that adolescents disclose more to peers than to adults. So you need to have a peer support mechanism, young people who are the age of your students, to be able to mentor them and to help them. Of course, anti-bullying policies in the school. They need to be documented, enforced, and with confidential reporting mechanisms. Some of the bullying in our schools is so bad, so bad, so bad. And when the report comes to you as a principal, many of us don't do anything. Remember, there is a child suffering when they are being bullied. There is a family in anguish. And many children will respond to bullying by bullying others or unfortunately even taking their own lives. Assume children carry trauma, and adapt discipline and pedagogy accordingly. Before you discipline a child, just assume that that child has something going on in their life. Assume they are going through a mental health crisis and modify your discipline accordingly. Because these children are going through a lot. Now, this is my area of specialty, and I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the school health system. Many of our school health systems are wanting, and this is an opportunity for us to review the kind of health systems we are offering our children when they are in school. The school health system should not only treat physical illness, it should prevent physical illness, manage accidents and trauma, prevent incidences like diarrhea, vomiting, yes, because of food safety and toilets and washrooms, but also manage mental wellness. So, in the school health system, we need to recognize what we call somatic presentations. Headaches, stomach pain, and fatigue are often masking depression or anxiety. If you have that child who's always having a headache, they're always having a stomachache, they're always tired, you need to think, could this child be having underlying issues? You need to be able to refer these children, which means then you need professionals in your school to be able to diagnose and refer this problem. And we need to connect to county-level mental health facilities, and there are many. We need to have post-trauma support protocols. For example, the children who survived the Utumishi fire, there needs to be some form of post-trauma support for them. And for all of us, because all of us were affected by that crisis. We need to bridge between the school, the students, and the parents, and having screening tools for adolescent assessment. What I'm saying, my beloved principals, is that in your school, you need to do more to look after the health and safety of your children, including their mental health. And you need to be proactive about it. Because this is a crisis that faces you individually in your school and in your school community. So as I finish, what you're going to do on Monday morning when you go back from Mombasa, what are you going to do? Number one, you need to audit your mental wellness support function honestly. Have an honest conversation with your school management, with your board of management. Yeah? Do you have a real mental wellness support function? Is it real, or is it just a name on the timetable? Is it just a name on a door for a person who is never available? Do you have a functioning mental wellness system in your school? And if it's not there, Monday is a time to think about setting up one. Please identify the gaps before the next crisis identifies them for you. Number two, name the students most at risk right now. All of you know them. As principals, if you have good intelligence, you know the students in your school that are at risk. You know the students that are struggling. You know the students that have crisis. You know the students whose families are broken. You know the students that are consuming drugs. You know the students that are inciting others. You know the students who never do homework. You know them. Every principal knows who they are. You need to create a specific support plan for this and have a referral mechanism for students in crisis. Do not wait for the crisis. Identify these students. In fact, you know them, and have a plan. Have a plan around these students. Number three, create a safe, confidential, physical space for emotional support. And that space is not your office. Your office is not the place to go for emotional support. The best would be within the healthcare system of the school. Have a place where these children can be emotionally supported. And some of them, you will have to support them through their whole time when they're in school. And it can be done. Establish a structured student grievance mechanism. And you need to take this seriously. Yeah, silence in your school is not peace. It is pressure building towards a trigger. Something small, watalipuka wote. And finally, you need to restore dignified living in your schools. We need to address decongestion urgently. You know your situation. Each principal you know. You know how your children are sleeping in those dormitories. How they are sleeping next to each other, packed like tuck, 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 tuck. You know how the toilets are. You know how they're eating in shifts. You know how the food is never enough. You know the challenges in your school. What are you going to do about it on Monday? Or are you going to wait for the next crisis? Some of you are planning to build extra dormitories, which is okay, but building takes time. How will you decongest? Because if you don't do something, this whole experience has taught us nothing. Yes? We have an opportunity coming up at the end of the year because now there's another transition. Form 4s are leaving. Please do not over-admit. Do not admit beyond your capacity for dignified living of those children. Principals, you need to give yourselves stamina to say no when you're requested to admit and admit and admit. You just need to say, I do not have more space. It's difficult, I know. The phone calls come from all over. The phone calls come from high offices. But I need to encourage you to look after our children with dignity. You have to decongest. I also need to appeal to the Ministry of Education. I know there are officials here. Let us support our principals. Let us give them that impetus they need to restore this aspect of order in our schools. If the school is full, it's full. Let them go to, let these children go to other schools. There are very, very, very many schools that have capacity. Some of them are even being closed down. And yet some other schools are so full that our children are struggling. So my dear principals, you must think, what will I do to restore dignified living? And to the Ministry of Education, to the government, let us support our principals. We can only do this together. And to our parents, please do not take your child to a congested school simply because it's convenient, it has a good name, it is a performing school. Yeah? And listen to your child. If your child says they don't want to go to boarding school, don't take them. They will be miserable for a long time. So, my last slide, okay. So we choose prevention, not reaction. The unrest in our schools is not only a warning about learners, it is a mirror. Ololo. Okay, something happened. So as I was saying, that was my last slide. We choose prevention over reaction. Yeah? Whatever is happening in our schools is just a mirror of what is going on in our society. And as principals, we have to be proactive. We have to have prevention mechanisms to be able to assist our children before the crisis happens. And remember, I was looking at the news yesterday. The children who were arrested in the Utumishi Academy fire, I think the DPP has said that they can be charged with murder. So children from the age of 17 to 15 are facing murder charges. And these children could go to prison for life or for a very long time. So we need to talk to our children about consequences, because there are consequences to be faced. And we as parents cannot always shield them from consequences, including life imprisonment. There are some children who are dead. Unfortunately, there are some who are maimed. They will have injuries for a long time. So let us teach our children about consequence management. And they know that they're answerable for the things that they do wrong. I'd like to stop there and thank you very much for listening. My last slide had my contacts, but if you need help to set up structures in your school, please reach out through KESHA and we are able to assist you manage your situation in your school so that we do not have another fire or another serious mental health situation going forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Let's have a seat. I want to make an announcement. I can see a few people are going loud selling items. Please let us walk when you're outside. Don't disturb the delegates when they are settled and they want to go on with the session. So kindly, those who are doing the hawking, let it be pendant outside so that you can have a peaceful time to listen to the presenters. I want to invite our principal, chief principal, or the TP's girls to come and make a vote of thanks. But actually, the evaluation I'm hearing from the principals here is you have top-notch we have done enough research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our Chair, Mr. Njagi. I'll be very brief. Our senior officers from the ministry and from the Teachers Service Commission, our directors present, colleagues, good morning. God is good, and all the time. I've been called upon to move a vote of thanks for the just concluded session. And I must say that the topic we've just had Dr. Njoki handle couldn't have come at a better time than this. We have gone through the first term of the term, and we have all experienced what the term felt like. So, Dr. Njoki, the topic on management of mental wellness in our schools came exactly at the right time of need. You have talked about the 10 interlocking root causes of what we have experienced, and I will call them the big 10. But other than giving us the big 10 root causes, Daktari has also given us 10 points of solution. And at the end of it all, she has summed it by giving us 5 actionable points. And if you're listening keenly, she said that we act on these things starting Monday. So colleagues, I believe, as we go back to our schools and as the children come back from half term, we are well versed. And we have the weapons necessary, we have the points necessary, the knowledge necessary to take action in the coming days. So Daktari, you have shared with us the problem. You have given us a mirror to look at the causes. You have also gone further to tell us that prevention is better than cure. And you have explained to us that it is a deeper crisis that shows something about human and moral deficit information. So I would say, as I conclude, that all of us have a stake in this, that we rise up together and find a lasting solution to this. And I believe, with the help of God and with strong determination, it is possible and it is doable. And our schools are going to be safe as we go back to the second half of the term. So now I take this time to ask all of us, because we have sat for a long time humbly, that we rise up and appreciate Daktari. So this is how we are going to do it. We are going to prepare our hands well. We prepare our hands. Can we please prepare? Please prepare. Please prepare. Then if I say hep, 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 unaangusha moja. Moja kali mzuri. And then we do 3 of them. So let us go together. Hep, hep, hep. 1, 2, 3. Asante Daktari, na ubarikiwe sana.
From KESHA to you. Thank you for honoring our invite. You did a lot of stuff.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Can we give a round of applause once more? Thank you. We are making a very strong announcement here that all the hawkers in the hall anybody hawking anything, be they sweets, handkerchiefs, photographs, all those things should be sold outside. Wait for your clients outside. Do not come into the hall. Thank you. We want to call upon Copycat to come forward. Copycat. And then KCB to prepare. And then Isuzu East Africa in that order. Welcome, Copycat.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Copycat just share a few solutions we have. Start with the area that you are having biggest pain points. The speakers have talked about the examinations, and I want to say the solutions we have for examinations, particularly where the principals experience the biggest pain points, is where you have your examination printer unreliable. So Copycat has very reliable printing solutions for your exams, specifically designed for examination bulk printing. Most of you have them, but I want to encourage those who don't to also pursue and see what we have. So the biggest pain point for a principal is where the exam comes and the exam printer breaks down. Number two, the high cost of maintaining those printers. Number three, unreliability, because you are not sure whether the printer will print the exams throughout. And also the last one could be very expensive consumables, toners and inks. So what we have reso machines. They are not photocopiers, you might not think of it, but these are machines designed to handle bulk printing. They have the highest speed, about 100 to 150 copies per minute. Cost effective. The consumables are 20 or to 80% cheaper than the toners. And then they are reliable in terms of durability. Most of these machines will serve you over 10 years or 10 million copies, whichever come first. So we have displayed a few varieties at our stand outside here. We have a CV3030, which is designed for small schools. Then we have an average and a school with about 1,000, 1,500. We have a machine designed for that. Then those schools that would like to print exams in A3, they also have a solution for that. Number two, we have service maintenance. We have engineers and technicians across all the towns in the region. We also have branches in Mombasa, Kisumu, Eldoret, Nairobi, just to make sure that we are closer to you. And we have field engineers in case of any distress and in case of a breakdown. So we also have offers here as I finish. We have prices that we are offering for KESHA. This is high discounts for these machines. We also negotiating better payment plans that aligns with your capitation and your school collection fees. We have a wide variety displayed, and we also have a demo equipment. So my appeal is, whenever you go back to school and you need to see what I'm telling you, we are ready to bring the machine for a week or two at your school. You have a look and sample, and then make a decision on it. Lastly but not least, we also have color solutions. Machines that are printing color because of the need for examination in color. We also have smaller machines for your secretary's office. We also have, depending on the size and the speed you have, we have varieties for that. Then recently we introduced interactive whiteboards. These are new solutions for your science classrooms and computer classrooms. Grade 10 now are doing computer, and this is compulsory. So we have interactive whiteboards that are specifically designed for schools, and we're also giving them and introducing them at a very good offer. Lastly, related to what's happening in schools, Copycat also deals with security and surveillance solution for schools. We have intelligent cameras, we have intelligence AI monitored computer systems so that you can anticipate what would happen in schools. We also have fire resistant safes and the whole spectrum of security and surveillance in schools. So all these solutions are displayed. Outside here, we have a tent. Please come, see what you have, interact with us, make inquiries, and when you want us to come to your schools, we'll be able to come. But what we have mainly, and our focus for this conference, is efficient and reliable printing solutions for your exams. Thank you so much for listening to me. Asanteni.
KCB kindly. KCB. As Isuzu East Africa prepares. KCB, KCB. How are you? Are you making a projection? Yes. Are you doing the welcome. Sorry.
Good morning. So, Mr. Willie Kuria, National Chair of KESHA, Mr. Cheriot, Deputy Chair, and all KESHA officials present, all Ministry of Education representatives here present, led by the Acting Director General, Dr. Sugut, all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is a great honor and privilege to join you at this 49th KESHA conference and AGM as we deliberate on this very timely subject of strong schools and collaborative leadership for promoting the competency-based education. As KCB, we are intentional in our partnerships, and we are committed to walking every step of this journey with you to collaboratively build strong senior schools and anchor the competency-based education to transform this nation. So indulge us for a few minutes every day this week as we carefully highlight how we can make our collaboration stronger. So this morning, my colleague Kezia and Jack will share today's highlights, and I hope that you will benefit from this conversation. Thank you.
Allow me to respect the already established protocol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going to take you through the proposition that we have for our schools. And just to start with, I want to say that as KCB, we appreciate the fact that every school is unique in their own capacity, and we have tailor-made products to be able to support every school with their unique needs, which are varying from school to school. So for us, all the products that we have, all the financial solutions that we have are personalized and have a digital integration aspect to address the unique needs for each segment. Those are the solutions that we have under our offerings for the learning institution. We understand that the schools have minimal resources within their institutions, and for us to be able to support them in terms of the account solutions that we have for our schools, we have a school fees account that is designed for our schools, and the school fees account does not charge any monthly fee. It doesn't have any operating balance. This implies that the schools are able to withdraw up to 0 shillings, considering the fact that we anticipate school fees or maybe capitation to come through the accounts. So we give you an account whereby you can be able to withdraw everything in that account. And the checkbook that we give to the school accounts are free. We also give free statements upon request by the institutions. But on this, we also have an internet banking platform whereby we have enabled schools to be able to access the statements up to a period of 1 year at their comfort within their institutions without having to come literally to the bank to access the statements. We have 0 charge on cash deposit. In the bank, any amount above 1 million is usually charged. But for the school account, we do not charge any cash handling on the deposits and the withdrawal, be it below 1 million or above 1 million. We also understand that with the CBE framework, the schools have different needs that arises because of the framework, the need for additional classrooms. We have also the need for other infrastructure to support the CBE curriculum. And for us, we have come up with solutions to be able to cater for that gap. And that is why we have school mortgage and infrastructure facility for our senior schools. And for us, if you have a project and you need us to support, we'll support at 100%. We can do the development of those specific buildings, either through financing or through support through our KCB Foundation. And for all the facilities, either mortgage or the infrastructure facility and also the asset-based facility for our buses and other assets that we might require within the school, we also need, we appreciate the fact that we are public institutions and we require in all of them ministerial approval for us to be able to support those borrowings. So we also understand that there's a lot of issues that arise when students operate with cash. So for that, we have come up with a solution to support our learners. We have the student prepaid cards, which you can be able to access, the students can be able to access through the schools, and also the parents can walk in at any KCB branch and they'll be able to access these. When they access through the school, there's an advantage because the charge is fairer. We charge 365 through the schools. And if the parent comes to the banking hall to request for the specific student, we charge 600 shillings. So there's an advantage when it's requested together within the school because the rate is discounted. We also appreciate the fact that in this digital era, doing a lot of reconciliation and also confirmation of payments within our institutions is a bit hectic if we do it manually. And that is why we have a digital solution, which my colleague will take us into details during his presentation, just to support the schools to make their work easy without having to include the manual process. We understand that as school managers, I know everybody represented here is a manager within our schools, and we appreciate that the role of a manager within the school is quite involving. And for us, we want to take the headache of taking care of any risk that are within our schools. So that is why we have insurance solutions for our schools, just to be able to give our managers, who are the school heads who are present here, peace of mind so that they can focus on improving our academic performance. We give the insurance solution. We give insurance solution for the employees, that is WIBA. We also have personal accident insurance for our learners. We also have political violence, and maybe now with the restlessness within our schools, in case anything is spoiled, now the insurance can be able to take care of that. And we also have the insurance for medical for the group. I know probably the employees under TSC, they have a cover, but our subordinate staff and the other employees that we employ within our institutions, we can be able to take for them a group insurance cover that will be able to support them even to take care of their families. And this will also assist you in ensuring that they remain in school and they also become loyal employees. We have a new product that we recently launched. It's less than a month in the market for the LPG refill. I know when we started the clean energy conversation, we started it at the LPG level. and we were able to solution our schools with the LPGs. But we thought, with that in place, it's good we also provide a solution, a digital solution, that when the school have cash flow challenges and they want to refill this gas, then they are able to access the digital LPG refill financing that is payable within a month and it's revolving. Yeah, so that one is the one that we give just to ensure that we have the gases that are available to service our LPG solutions. And for us, we are very keen to ensure that all collections, there's no parent that is bringing the money in cash, because there are so many risks associated with cash handling. And that is why we have a Lipa na KCB solution, just to ensure that the parents and the guardians are able to make fee payment effortless, and ensure that also the school is able to get the payments in real time, and they can be able to confirm without actually having to come and get the receipts to confirm that. And for that, we have a payment solution that is Lipa na KCB and also Lipa Caro. For Lipa na KCB, we have a pay bill that we give to the schools, and then we also give you a VUMA pay bill number, and the parents are able to pay comfortably at their place where they are. They don't need to come physically to the schools to make these payments. And for the Lipa Caro, I think that is where we started. For Lipa Caro, we have a Lipa Caro pay bill, whereby every school that has a Lipa Caro solution have a unique code, and the parents are able to pay even when they're at home or at their workplaces, and the guardians. And the account person or the finance person within the school is able to see the payment real time. So it makes reconciliation easy, and the parent is also able to pay at the comfort of their comfort zone. They don't need to come to the bank. But for those ones who want to come and pay physically, we also have not forgotten this audience. We have our branch networks, which are about 226 in total, whereby parents can walk in and pay the school fees through the cashier. And we also have our agents. We have over 1,000 agents. And in all our branches, we have a sitting agent who can be able to also support the parents by receiving the school fees payment. Also on the issue of the digital solution that we've offered just for reconciliation and also for making payments easy. You see, sometimes some of our schools are located very far from the branches, and it becomes a headache for the school manager to ensure that he mobilizes the board members and the authorized signatories to make these payments. For this, we have a solution that is Quick Pay, or internet banking bulk payment solution, whereby you don't need to get all the signatories to the banking hall to make the payments. You can be able to initiate the payment, the first person, depending on your level, then the second person authorizes, or the third person authorizes, and the transaction will be able to go through without having to come to the bank. And for this solution, it supports inward transfers. You can do account-to-account transfers within KCB. It also supports EFT. You can do funds transfer within KCB and outside. And it also supports real-time gross settlement, that is RTGS. You can be able to make payments to the other banks at the comfort of where you are without having to come to the bank. It also supports PesaLink, M-Pesa transfers, and other bill payments like eCitizen, KRA, SHIF, and also NSSF. You don't need to come literally to the bank to make this payment. And for us as KCB, we say, we listen to you, and we are able to respond to products that are able to cater for what you need. And at this juncture, allow me to welcome my colleague Jack to take us through the remaining parts of the program. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Okay. So good morning again. My name is Jack from KCB. My work is very simple today. It's just to speak to a new product that we have been able to introduce as a bank. And the product is we are able to finance
any refill of LPG gas that you have within the school. So if you have a 50 kg cylinder, if you have bullet refilling of cylinders, we can be able to support that. And we are working with several gas suppliers, that is Progas, Trinity, and we are working with Total and Rubis to enable schools to be able to replenish their LPG. So at any school, if you have a challenge of refill, now as a bank, we can be able to give you a revolving limit, which is a 30-day product that can enable you to refill your LPG. Then we have a digital solution or product. My colleague has talked about challenges that schools are facing in terms of reconciliation. So as a bank, we have developed an ERP, which we are called Z360, which will enable you to be able to reconcile all the payments that you are able to collect in terms of fees. So if you have fee payments, they can be able to use the ERP to be able to do all fee collections and payments. They can also be able to do payments from all channels, whether it's any money market provider, whether it's Tcash, Airtel, M-Pesa, they can be able to pay fees directly from the ERP. We have also integrated into e-commerce, meaning as a parent, if I need to pay fees, I can just use my debit card or credit card to be able to pay fees, and the money will terminate to the bank account. This also ERP enables invoice issuing to all the parents digitally, and they can be able to get the invoice either on WhatsApp or on their messages, and they can be able to use that invoice to be able to repay. This particular ERP also offers us real-time reconciliation, meaning any payment that has been done from all the channels that we have within the bank, then it enables to be settled within the bank, and now the cashiers can be able, the accountants can be able to do proper reconciliation. Also, this solution comes with a digital pocket money, and we have realized that in schools we are facing challenges of students having cash. So to minimize that cash, we have come up with a digital wallet, which enables students to be able to do transactions at the canteen using biometric, meaning we will be able to enable them to be able to purchase anything within their canteens using biometric. And for the parents, they will be able to see what the students are utilizing within the canteens, and they can be able to load using M-Pesa or using any USSD. So this removes any cash handling within the school. Another module which we have added into the ERP is the academic module, which will enable you to be able to do end-to-end information monitoring of the student, from the onboarding of the student through the school, the grading system that you are using in terms of tracking performance of the students, the reporting, teacher management to be able to know how are the children progressing, and also for the interaction that is between the parents and also the school, they will be able to monitor the performance of the children digitally through the ERP. So, on the platform, if you go detail in terms of what is on the platform 360, staff, you can be able to categorize the staff. You can be able to do plans in terms of the workload required. You can also use the platform in terms of leave management. Also, in terms of grading, which I have spoken to, you can be able to publish the exams. You can be able to see what is the performance of the exams, the hours taken by the teachers. Also, you can be able to use that to be able to monitor homework and attendance within the same platform. Also, it has been preloaded with the CBE and 844 structure, meaning it can be used whichever variant of curriculum is being used, and for secondary school, the CBE. Also, we can be able to push free messages to the parents and notification in case there's any communication that you need to do to the school, you can actually be able to push that. Now, why have we done this? We have done this so that you have one platform that can be able to do 360 in terms of administration, processing of exams, you can be able to do that, instant updates of anything that is happening within the school. And it's secure, meaning now you can be able to cover all the items that you need in the school. I think where you are seated, there's a brochure we have given which gives details about the Z solution. Please feel free to go to our tent and we'll be able to support you. I will brush through this because my colleague has talked about this, but the most important thing I want to emphasize here on solutions for teachers is the investment options. I think most of us, when we were employed, we were not told that we need to start planning for retirement when we started employment. Now we have a chance as KCB to be able to enable you to have more options of investment. Whether you have excess cash, you can be able to invest that in your gold savings. We have also a money market fund on the app which can enable you to be able to invest money digitally. For pensions, if you are planning for retirement, there's a policy we can be able to give you where you can be able to invest your money and be able to plan your retirement properly. I'll jump. Imekata. Okay. Next. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. Please visit the KCB tent where we will be able to tell you more about our Z solution, our CVP solutions for schools. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Can we clap properly for KCB? KCB is the main sponsor of this conference. I want to call upon Isuzu East Africa very fast. Isuzu East Africa and CIC. I'm giving each of the two teams 3 minutes each. Isuzu East Africa and then CIC Insurance in that order, very fast. Very fine. How long do you think?
I need about 10 minutes. 3 minutes is very short. But let's see how we can manage. I will do that. Thank you. Good morning, teachers. Good morning at the back. Wonderful. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here with you this morning. It's always very interesting addressing teachers because when you speak to a teacher, you almost want to bow down and give them your respects. And we appreciate you teachers for the lovely work you're doing. My name is Waswa. I work with Isuzu East Africa. I'm the general manager for marketing. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here with us. On my right are my colleagues, and they will get a chance to say a few words later on in the program. So in keeping with your theme for today's program, I would want us to put up the slides for Isuzu. Does this work? All right. So Isuzu celebrated 50 years in Kenya last year. We started off in 1975, and what you see in front of you is a visual representation of the journey we have been through. And all along, our mantra has been to drive dreams and to inspire one generation to another. I'm sure some of you, when you look at those pictures, can identify with those products. Right from the baby boomers, all the way to Gen Alpha, right across the 50 years, we have had fantastic products in the market for each and every generation coming through. Now, the next slide, please. Let me speak a little bit about the solutions that we have as Isuzu. We have a fantastic portfolio of products starting off with SUV, state-of-the-art 7-seater SUV. And some of you principals and head teachers would be very well positioned to aspire to own an SUV for your personal use. We have a range of pickups, class-leading pickups that have dominated the East African space for many years. We then have light-duty trucks, and many of these trucks are what we then convert into buses. We also have what we call our F-Series range. The FRR, which is the #1 light-duty truck in Kenya, is a very popular school bus as well. And then we have the FVR, which is the large 62-seater bus. In keeping to our commitment to ensure that we maintain the vehicles that we put out, all our vehicles are assembled in Nairobi, in Kenya, 100%. We also have a range of genuine parts and accessories to ensure that the vehicles that you buy from us are not only safe, but they are on the road 24/7. So to answer this question, why choose Isuzu, I would like to call upon my colleague, Paul Gitao, who is based in Mombasa, to come and walk you through why you have chosen Isuzu as the #1 supplier of school buses over the last 50 years, and why you should continue doing so. So a round of applause as Paul comes up. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Gitao. I represent Isuzu in Coast Region. So I'll be very brief. In terms of application for schools, we normally have the smallest bus, which is a 26-seater. But before the end of the year, we are likely to introduce the microbus. So as a school, once you acquire an NMR, what are the benefits you get? You get a 5,000-liter water tank for free. When you buy a 33-seater, we also give you 5,000 liters for free. When you buy a 45, 51, or 67-seater, you get a 10,000 or an option of 5,000 liters. So in terms of acquiring Isuzu, there are 3 basic models of acquiring. We have the outright purchase, mostly through CDF. We also have asset finance, and we have leasing. In summary, if you go through the asset finance, what do you get? No deposit for schools. You get a chance to pay monthly, quarterly, or termly. That is 3 times in a year when the money comes in. We negotiate the processing fee for you. You can also apply for working capital of up to 2 million. And then you get 1 term holiday. So today we are in June. If you procure a bus now, I deliver in that term, your first repayment will be January next year. And then something you've noted, especially through the purchase through the CDF, you get a bus, it's dumped in your school, Mheshimiwa Amenda. So we are giving that option where when you're buying the bus, you can procure the bus with 2, 3, or 4 years service, so that when the vehicle is due for service, you don't have to get another budget. We're also giving the option of the insurance. I was talking to one principal who told me they were given a bus, stayed in the school for 1 year because they could not raise the money for insurance. So we are giving that option. Then we also have what we call the leasing solution. Leasing is where the bus is not owned by you until the time you finish repaying. So there are 2 methods of leasing. You can lease the bus for 5 years, return it after 5 years, or you can lease the bus for 5 years and you own it. And what are the advantages of leasing? That temporary repayment includes insurance and service. So basically, your cost on that bus will be the driver and diesel. In terms of after sales, I'll give it back to Waswa to run it through. Mr. Waswa.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. As Paul was speaking, I remembered my time in school. I remember we walked 20 kilometers to buy a new school bus. And by the time I was graduating high school, I had never entered that bus. Kwa hivyo walimu tafadhali, take advantage of the options that Paul has given you to purchase vehicles so that your students can enjoy the use of this bus. So let me speak quickly in the interest of time to our after-sales solutions. As I had mentioned earlier, when we sell you a bus, we want to make the ownership experience seamless. We want to ensure safety. One of the things I want to highlight, at Isuzu, we have 87 touch points across the country, from Mombasa all the way to Moyale, all the way across, north, south, east, west. You can get 87 areas in this country where you can get your vehicle serviced. So do not struggle with vehicle maintenance. We do a host of trainings for you. We train your drivers on defensive driving. We train your mechanics on how to maintain these vehicles. We use technology to issue you with reports, similar to when you go to a hospital and they measure your blood pressure and so on. We do the same for these vehicles. These are modern vehicles that are able to generate reports that we can then give you so that you can know the quality of and health of your vehicle. We have inspections, free inspections. If you take your vehicle to one of our service centers, they will inspect that vehicle for free. And then they will tell you, these are the issues on your vehicle that you need to look out for, including many other solutions that we offer. So I will skip a few slides so that we save on time, because I just want to speak to this one. This midterm, we have a promotion running. As you can see there, please take your vehicles to the nearest Isuzu dealer to your school. You will get a free inspection. You will also get a discount on the parts that you need to repair your vehicle. And then over and above that, for every 10,000 shillings spent, you will get a 500 shilling voucher for the supermarket nearest to where you are. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about Isuzu Connect. I acknowledge that perhaps one of the biggest concerns you would have as a teacher is visibility. If you're transporting students from Mombasa, for argument's sake, to Nairobi, as a teacher, I can only imagine the anxiety you have. Watoto wameketi kwa bus, wametoka Mombasa, you don't know where they are. Parents are calling you, have they arrived safely? Is the vehicle okay? And so on and so forth. To remove all this anxiety, to remove the tension that I'm sure you have when parents are calling you, asking you, watoto wamefika, wako wapi, and so on, we have installed a system in every Isuzu vehicle that you purchase as a school bus. This system is available on your phone through an application. And what it does, it allows you to manage your vehicle. You can see where it is. You can monitor where the vehicle is. You can see what speed the driver is driving at. If he's overspeeding, you can call him and tell him, hey, bana, punguza mwendo. You're carrying precious cargo. It helps you with your maintenance. You can predict when the next service is due. So what I would want to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, during your break, please come over to the Isuzu stand. We will be delighted to walk you through the features of this application in great detail so that you can appreciate the power of having information at your fingertips. And that is what we call Isuzu Connect. So once again, please come over to our stand at the back. My colleagues and I will be happy to spend time and walk you through all the solutions we have spoken about. In closing, I want to invite my colleagues to come over here so that you can see them, who are representing our network. I mentioned 87 touch points. Isuzu is the parent company, but we have dealers all over the country. One of the dealers is Associated Africa Commercial Motor Group, ACMG, who manage our western part of the country. We have CFG, we have KCI in Nairobi, we have Rice, who have a branch in Mombasa as well. And then we have thicker motor dealers who have 7 branches across the country. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are the team you have been working with over the last 50 years to sell you vehicles. So I can ask my colleagues just to wave their hands. This is just a small number. We have a bigger team at the back as well. And when you break, please come over. We will be happy to sit down and have very good conversations with you on how you can own an Isuzu vehicle, depending on the option that Paul has walked you through, and also how you can maintain that vehicle so that it is in tip-top condition. And with that, I want to say a big, big thank you to the organizers of this forum, and to say a big thank you as well to teachers. You are doing a wonderful job for the future of our country, and we thank you very, very much. Asanteni sana.
So we are preparing for our next presentation, which is our keynote address or presentation by Professor Airo. But CIC will take 2 minutes, and then the band will give us one number. People have been sitting for long, and then we'll move on from there. CIC.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning, leaders. Yes, my name is Naomi, Naomi Maina from CIC Insurance Group. I'm a relationship office manager dealing with the education and the religious institutions. And we are pleased here to come again to have a conversation with you on the insurance products that we provide. And before I do that, I want to convey our gratitude from our GMD, our group managing director, all our MDs from various subsidiaries, because of the support that you have given us all through. I know we've visited your schools, we've come and have a conversation on how to provide insurance solutions for you, and you've really opened doors for us. And thank you so much for that. And this moment, I want to not to talk too much about our products, but to talk about the health insurance that we have provided for you. Just to mention a few, a few products. We have a school bus insurance that we have provided comprehensively, that includes even the passenger legal liability when you are carrying your students, passenger legal liability when you are carrying your staff. Again, we also ensure that whenever your buses are out there, and sometimes they are hired by parents who will be going to, maybe coming to Mombasa for a kind of some weddings or some kind of their organized activities. I know they'll always come to your offices to ask you to hire them. So whenever they come, we have discounted the rate of all those who will be traveling in those buses, meaning that we'll charge only 200 shillings for the parents who will be traveling within that buses. Don't allow parents to go outside with their buses. We know buses have gone out and they have made accidents that we are not able to cater for. But when we have a passenger legal liability for the people who are traveling in that bus, with only 200 per seat, CIC will be able to cater for that. Another cover that we provide, we are asking you that you have support staff in the offices, that they are not covered by any insurance. We have work injury benefit for your staff, that we can provide for that once you provide us with their salaries and the categories that they are in, so that we can cater for them. Mark you, in the event that these support staff are injured or they are fatally injured, you are required by the law to pay them 8-year salary or 96 months salary. Where do we get such money when we have not saved it anywhere? But when we come to CIC insurance, we are able to provide that. Again, we are talking about your personal insurance cover, personal accident cover. Imagine you've been traveling in that car, calling your family members. The car is insured, but for you as an owner of the car, you don't have insurance. What are you supposed to do? What you are supposed to do is to come to CIC Insurance. We have a personal accident cover for you that caters for various benefits. And with a minimum of 1,773, we are able to give you a personal accident cover for yourself, and then you also include your loved ones. Imagine traveling in a car that does not have a cover for your loved ones, and you have covered a vehicle that will cost you 50, 100,000. So please come, we have a conversation on how to get the CIC personal accident cover, and we'll work together. Today, I want to talk about a cover that we have crafted for KESHA members at a very discountable rate. If you walk into CIC Insurance and ask for a family medisure, I'm telling you it will cost you a lot. But today, we have a very special cover for you, principals, that once you come as a group of a minimum of 10 principals, we are able to provide this cover that has no waiting period. Because most of the covers we have, there is a waiting period of 30 days in case of illnesses, pre-existing conditions and chronic conditions of maybe 1 year or 2 years. But what we are providing today, we are giving you a cover with no waiting period. You join the cover, and tomorrow you go to the hospital, whether it's a condition that you've been living with, whether it's an illness, we are able to cater for that medical expenses. This cover also allows you to access a very wide range of accredited hospitals and healthcare all over the country. Within our 47 counties, you'll find a hospital or a healthcare center that is in our books. We have partnered with them to give you the services that you require. Again, you can also reach out to the Tier 1 hospitals, the likes of Nairobi Hospital, Aga Khan, Mata. Those covers, those hospitals are ready for you to go whenever you want services to be provided for you. Imagine this cover we are talking about inpatient, a premium ranging from as little as 18,732 for a cover of about 500,000 inpatient. If today you walk into insurance in our insurance offices or branches as an individual and ask for a cover of about 500,000 inpatient, I will tell you you'll be charged about 50,000 and above. But here we are saying, once you come as a group, a cover of 500,000, you'll only get it at about 18,000. If, for instance, you come and request as a group for 3 million cover, you'll get it at 43,000. Imagine how affordable this cover is. And if you walk again, for a cover of 3 million, you'll be able to get even about 85,000. Is this not discounted for you? Are you ready to come as a group? And again, there are various options. You can get it as a family cover for 500, 1 million, 2 million, and 3 million. Depending on your pocket, we'll be able to provide these. These covers also have inpatient, outpatient, dental, optical, and last expense, and again, an inbuilt maternity for some of us who will be able to utilize this. And again, CIC has started a company called CIC Pharmacy. CIC Pharmacy will give preferential rates to members who will have taken cover with CIC, so that whenever you have a prescribed drugs, you can come to CIC and get the drugs at a very reasonable rate. Again, these drugs can also be delivered at your home. So members come, join this cover. The eligibility is at 60, up to 60 years. Imagine even after you retire, when you join this KESHA medical cover, we still continue with you. We'll not leave you, but up to 66 years, we'll be able to give our principals cover. The rest, they go up to 60. But for this one, we have extended it to our principals so that they can continue enjoying even post-retirement. And even after post-retirement, we also have another cover we call Seniors Mediplan. Seniors Mediplan will continue with you without medical examination, without waiting periods, and even seamlessly, you'll join this cover. And we'll cover you for a lifetime, as long as you are able to pay. Members, we have various schemes that we have onboarded, and we are continuing to work together in these investments of our health. Some of the counties that we have onboarded includes Embu County, Nairobi County, Kiambu County, Vihiga County, and we also have some other sub-counties within the counties, including Naivasha, Joro, Boni East, Kadosweni, Bori, and Kitungoli. And as we speak, we also have some other sub-counties that we are negotiating with them so that they can join the bus, so that we can walk along together on this journey of our health wellness. Members, please come to us. We have a booth outside here. Come, because of this and many other products that we have, we'll be able to discuss about them and call us whenever you are outside. You are outside when you go out for the break. Visit our booth. We have dedicated teams who will give you all the products that we require, what we have discussed, and many others. We also have a dedicated relationship called Samwangi, who is outside side. The number is 0722-582912. My number, 0722-269-543. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I'll call my colleague just to mention something, to make an appeal, and then we wrap up. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, teachers. Thank you very much for welcoming us here. Our urge is for you to invite us in your schools. You can pass it through our relationship officer, Mr. Samuel. Let us come talk to your teachers about the investment options we have, just to support them in the academia, wajipange pia with the pension plan, and SSF Tier 3 opt-out. Please invite us to your school. We'll pay for ourselves fares, so we are ready to come and serve you at your school. So thank you very much once again. Be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. CIC, can we clap for them? We have a number to usher in Professor Airo, who is going to be the next presenter. Let us be upstanding. We are tired. Be upstanding.
Sasa mpaka milele, Kenya nchi yangu, Kenya nchi yangu naichelea. kesho. Kenya nchi yangu, Kenya nchi yangu iliyo huru, nchi iliyo huru, toka sasa mpaka milele.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the band? Thank you. Be seated, ladies and gentlemen. I want now to welcome Mr. David Mase, the chair, Busia County, to usher in the next presenter, Mr. Mase.
Thank you very much. Thank you very Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Before you is David Mase, the chair, Busia. And today, we are now tackling the main theme of our conference. And the main theme of our conference is the strong schools and collaborative leadership for promoting competence-based education. We have sourced, we have looked around, and we have gotten the right person who's going to digest for us this theme and put it in the right perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, with us, we have Professor Laban Peter Airo, PhD. He's the Vice Chancellor, Daystar University. He has a vast experience in various fields, including being one of us at one time. He was a principal of one of our great schools in Kenya. He has served in various departments. He is an active scholar, a professor of research methods and statistics. The person before us has a vast experience in various fields. On my own assessment, I would say is a rare gem. Not easily found, but today we have found him. Apart from what I've just mentioned, Professor has requested that I alert you on what he has done practically, and after his presentation, I would request that all of us make an attempt to visit the Daystar University tent outside here, and here are some books that would wish any serious soul will be able to secure one and be blessed. Professor is also a member of the PAG Church. Where he drives his spiritual nourishment. And through that, his beliefs in God has enabled him to remain afloat in all situations that arise. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome our dear professor to speak to us. Professor Karibu.
The leadership of Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association, the leadership from our Ministry of Education and other agencies, the SAGAs, fellow invited guests, and colleague principals, I first of all want to say I am privileged to address you today and share some of the ideas I have with regard to leadership. So when I was given this topic, the topic I was given, or the theme of your conference, is around strong schools, collaborative leadership for promoting competency-based education. In my wisdom, I reconfigured that topic. If we could go to the first slide, I reconfigured that topic to strong schools, collaborative leadership, and human formation. So there is no way we can talk about the CBC without asking ourselves, are we engaged in human formation in our schools? And so you'll allow me to share these thoughts. Some of them might not be as you expected them to be, but I'm being deliberate in my approach. So what is the central proposition here? What is it that we are looking for? The success of CBE will not be determined by curriculum documents alone. And I want to emphasize that. You can have all the documentation, you can have all the support materials, but the success of CBE will be determined by the school culture, the leadership quality that is sitting in this hall, teacher collaboration, character formation, parent engagement, and community partnerships. And I really would seek your indulgence here, because what we are trying to chase will not come to pass if we don't look at those aspects. So those of us in this hall, the question I'm asking is this: how is your school culture in your school? What about your quality of leadership? How do you collaborate with your teachers? How do you get into character formation, not just for the students, but even your teachers? How about the parent engagement and community partnerships? So the key question here, as we debate the theme of this year, how CBE will function and the kind of products they'll give us. Next slide. The education paradox of the 21st century is that we have more education than ever before. And yet, what are we seeing in our schools? There is rising anxiety among young people. There is increasing depression. There is growing substance abuse. There is digital addiction. People are on their mobiles 24 hours, particularly the young people. There is ethical decline. And there is social fragmentation. That's a paradox. So the challenge for us as we try to look at leadership, collaboration, and CBE, your learners or your schools are supposed to produce competent teachers and competent learners, emotionally healthy citizens, virtuous leaders, and purpose-driven human beings. I want to pose at virtuous leaders. I hear people talk about our constitution in Kenya. And there are people now agitating for us to change the constitution. I want to put it to you that this constitution and even the earlier constitution during the Moi era was a national document that if we respected it, we would still move on as a nation. But that requires virtue. I'm talking about a golden standard, not values. I'm talking about virtues. And colleagues who are sitting here, and I want to pick a typical school from my home area, Chavakali High School. Chavakali High School, the population has more than tripled. I'm talking about virtuous leadership. So, on average, Chavakali High School has about 3,000 plus students. What does virtuous leadership then demand? It demands that you ask yourself, do I have the facilities for these 3,000 students? And I'm not talking about you giving the facilities. I'm talking about us as a nation. So if Chavakali that time had, when they had 1,000 students, they had 50 toilets or 100 toilets. I expect when I visit Chavakali High School to get 300 toilets. That is virtuous leadership. How about the classes? That is my home school, so I know it. The first laboratory where I did my teaching practice in Chavakali High School could not hold more than 35 students. Then we had the 3 big labs, which could hold about 50 students. But now we have 3,000 plus. What science is going on in that school? I'm talking about virtuous leadership. And I think this is a national agenda that all of us must pick up. Otherwise, we are courting disaster for future generations. So the paradox here is that information has increased, but wisdom has not increased proportionately. Yeah. That is the paradox. And Mark 8:36, you have to get used to this, because where I come from, in Daystar, I start my first devotion at 6 in the morning. And by the time I'm going to my house in the evening, I'll have done about 15 to 20 devotions. Because every meeting is all about praying. And what a worthy thing to do in life, because I've seen what it does. For what shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? The way we are going with the education system in Kenya, we are going to lose the soul of education of this country. And it must bother you as a Kenyan citizen. Why competence-based education matters? I don't know whether many of you know that I was among the people, the pioneering people who thought through the CBE. That time it was CBC. We were 3-4 of us. And because we had said the earlier 844 system was causing repetition, was causing predictability. People could memorize and go and pass exams, and it was all about compliance. So we were hoping that CBE would bring creativity, adaptability, collaboration, ethical reasoning, and continuous learning. I really want us to put it to our heart as a nation these students who left grade 9 in primary, how did you put them in those talent areas? Just think about it. And this is something you must confront. So when you take them from there, you take them to Nairobi School, and you say this one is STEM. When did you turn them into a STEM? I mean, how did you judge that this is a student who is science-oriented? So there were many of us who argued at that time that with the classes in high school, and God rest his soul in eternal peace, Professor Magoha had done a reasonable job at building classes in high schools so that these students would go there, meet teachers who are competent to introduce them to the sciences, and then we would know whether we will put them in science or arts. Yes. And now, I mean, why are we living a lie as a nation? That child, how much chemistry do they know for you to put them in STEM? And now, right now, we are doing a study from my university, and there is unbelievable mobility in our high schools, from STEM to arts, from arts to this. Those kids are running up and down, and the year is coming to an end. So CBE recognized that education is not merely about what learners know, but also what learners can do and who learners can become. I'm very worried because this is grade 10, then 11, then 12, then they come to the university. I think a conference like this must begin to engage with these serious matters of saying, what then do we do? Next slide. Now, the chair, your chair, I was sitting with him and I was telling him, why are you asking for strong schools? You know what are strong schools? So I was wondering, are they schools that have a perimeter wall? Are they schools that have everything that they want? What is a strong school? And I am arguing that strong schools are not necessarily the richest schools. They are schools that consistently produce flourishing learners. Now, if a child has been put in STEM and has no idea about STEM, or doesn't have the capacity to handle STEM, that learner will never flourish. Will never flourish. So if you are looking for a strong school in terms of flourishing, we are losing it. So I reasoned and said, a strong school must have a very strong culture, must have strong relationships. There is a lot of strong teaching, strong leadership, and strong formation. So perhaps where you are sitting, you can ask yourself, is my school a strong school? Given these criteria that are put there. But I also want you to go home with this key insight. When I come to your school and I introduce some new thinking, there are people in that school who have never known an alternative to that thinking. The culture in that school never accepts anything new, including the new head who goes there. And so in management, we say the culture eats strategy for breakfast. So even if you go with all your ideas, after 1 week, 1 month, those ideas of yours will be eaten up and will come back to normal. And the teachers in the staff room will say, but you see, we told you. He will just become like us. But you know, you must have a strong culture in that school if you're going to succeed. So what is the culture in our school? We are looking for a strong school. I put it to you, there is no other strong element other than the culture that you create in a school that will determine whether your school is strong or weak. Allow me to give you an example of Daystar. Although Daystar is a university, in 2019, when I was appointed a vice chancellor, we had just under 3,000 students. And everybody had this mentality that in Daystar, you don't have to take things very seriously. You know, things are easy, you can go it this way, go it that way. So what I did is that I introduced certain measures of performance that I wanted to see happen. So what has happened in the last 4 or 5 years or so, we have moved that population from just under 3,000. And now, as I talk, we are over 8,500 students. It takes leadership and to introduce that new culture. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a book I would like us to look for. Everybody in this hall. Next page. Next slide. Please look for this book by David Brooks. It is called The Second Mountain. The Second Mountain. The first mountain in life, of course, is about achievement, is about success, is about recognition, is about wealth, is about status. But you as leaders, you must climb the second mountain. So please note, and when you read this book, your propensity to work towards service will increase. So I expect you to be that servant in that school. We are talking about a strong school. I would like to see commitment. I would like to see character. I would like to see community. I would like to see purpose. How are we in those areas? Let me talk about servant leadership or service. And you know, nowadays, because I have strengthened my faith in God, maybe because my years are walking towards going to meet Him, I no longer tolerate lies. So let me ask you quite frankly, and don't raise your hand. What demonstrates that you are a servant leader? So let me just ask, how many of us are currently teaching their subject in the examination class of this year? Yeah. Wow. And you are not doing it to look good. You are doing it because you want to be an example. You are climbing the second mountain, service. So I've met several of you here who are in Daystar, either doing masters or PhD, and some had never met them physically. But if you ask them, they'll tell you the VC in Daystar teaches research methods and statistics to the master's classes and to the PhD classes. But I don't have to. By the way, the niceties of the office, I don't have to. No, nice office, driver, everything you want. But I still go to class because I am climbing the second mountain. That is where your legacy will come from. Your legacy will not be that you are a good headmaster or a headmistress. Your legacy will be that you are a wonderful history, geography, religious knowledge teacher to those students. So can we read that book and begin to redefine our lives? That book has defined my life, that I no longer look at position or equity. No. And I've come to urge you, if you want a strong school that you're looking for, then you must put service before self. Now, what are the implications of this? Just know that your school must prepare learners not for careers, but for contribution. Not only for success, but for significance. The question you'll ask yourself, and I want you to remember this. You know, when you get into your office and your office staff is running around, they bring China cup, they bring you tea. Madam, sir, do you want masala or do you want black coffee? All those things are because of your office. They are not for you. They are not for you. And just remember, the day you leave that office, they will be gone. But what I'm asking is this: can people still call you? You know, even if I was not a vice chancellor of Daystar, I'm sure Kesha would have still asked me to come and talk to you. Do you know some of us are invited into these conferences like this because of the position, not because of you as a person. Wanasema kama tunataka conference even strong, we must have the minister, we must have the PS, we must have the director, we must have this. The question you should ask yourself, when I leave that office, and Mheshimiwa is here, when you cease to be a member of parliament, will people still feel you have something to offer? That is legacy. What type of legacy are you leaving behind? So today, when somebody mentions Hayemba of Alliance, my heart mellows because he made a contribution. When somebody mentions Kariuki that I met in some school in Meru, mentoring him, some small school. Then from that school, we brought him to Meru High School. And then from Meru High School, Meru, that a school that was not doing well, just shut up and Kariuki moved to Alliance. That is legacy. People will remember. What will people remember you for? So can you ask yourself quietly, how did I get to where I am? Just kwa undani peke yako mwenyewe ujiulize, how did I become a principal? And we don't want to know your answer. So if you did not create a legacy path that brought you from that other school to this other school, you will never be remembered on this earth. The formation imperative. Ningependa kuwasihi viongozi wenzangu, and I'm talking from experience, and some of you don't know, I came from a CDF school, Kegoe High School, and then went to Lubino Boys, then went to Sunshine, and then the rest is history. So I've gone through it. I've gone to schools where there is no toilet. To now, when I went to Sunshine, it was like heaven. But how did we go to Sunshine? How many of you went to Sunshine? You are Sunshine because of your ethnicity. Na hiyo ni juu yako, wewe na Mwenyezi Mungu, you and your God. So me, I went to Sunshine because Lubino Boys had just done very well. And then the late president said, who is this headmaster? Bring him to start Sunshine. How did you go to the next school? And if you didn't go to the next school because you are serving, then you can't make this school strong. I'm talking about the formation imperative. Formation is the intentional shaping, very intentional shaping of your character, values, habits, identity, and purpose. Sasa ningependa we must ask ourselves, am I doing any of these things? And then I look at the numbers. I'm going back to numbers. I look at the numbers and wonder, how do these heads even manage? How do you manage? The principal of my grandchild is here. The principal of Moi Girls, Nairobi. I met her when she was in Ngara Girls. Then she's at, that time schools were normal. You know what I mean? They were normal. You walked into a school, you would assemble the whole school in a dining hall, and you are able to talk to them. Now I know the numbers. She doesn't have to tell me because my grandchild is there. How do you then work on these formation aspects of these children? How do you influence their character, values, habits, identity, purpose? How do you do it? I shudder at what you people are going through. And let me tell you, blessings for most of us on this earth is when you see your grandchildren. So you better worry. If you are in a situation where you are not forming people, where you are not transforming people, you'll be judged very harshly. Yeah. So the question is not whether we are forming students. The question is, what are we forming them into in those circumstances that are in your schools? And from the book that I've written on leadership, I am very clear that education must shape both the mind and the person. So as you work on the intellectual bit to get those nice grades and appear in the papers, how about the person? What kind of person is leaving your school to get into society? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to present 4 questions of future readiness if you want to have a strong school. The first one is the IQ. So, as leaders, can you ensure that there is actually learning going on in your schools? And I'm not being naive. I also understand, because I've mentored many schools. About 3 months ago, I was at Bishop Gatimu Girls. And just the sheer population scared me. So how is that English, that language teacher, supposed to mark 70 books every night? The maths teacher. How is the chemistry teacher going to prepare the labs for 200 plus Form 4s? And I talk a lot about chemistry because that is my field of endeavor. So how is the IQ in your school? Can I think, your students, can they think? We are talking of schools, strong schools. What about the EQ, relationships? Are you building men and women who can relate with others in society? But you have the time. That's why numbers were definite in schools, by the way. Schools are not elastic. How about VQ? Can they be trusted? And I'm going to avoid completely the uneasiness in high schools in Kenya, because many of us have cried a lot about what has happened. But can they be trusted? And then can we collaborate? So I want to bring it to your mind that the future belongs to individuals who possess all the four. A learner with IQ alone may succeed, but a learner with IQ, EQ, VQ, and CQ will flourish. Are you able to do any of those? And I'm talking about your role as a principal of that school. And I've seen my brother Kai is here. Are we able to do all this in our schools? Because don't talk about strong schools when IQ, EQ, VQ is in the grave. I keep giving this example and I want to repeat it. One of the most delightful things I can say for the 8 years I've been the Vice Chancellor at Daystar is that in Daystar, toilets are universal. And I go to chapel and I talk about it. They're universal. I don't, as a principal or as a Vice Chancellor, I don't have a VIP or a toilet locked. In my office, there's a VIP toilet if you have visitors. And every time I kept on saying, you know, the president who just went, the one who was there before Honorable Ruto was Uhuru, he was a friend. So I kept on telling my staff, you know, the toilets have to be clean because Uhuru can walk here anytime. Ataenda wapi? But I walk into any toilet. I walk into a toilet, I stand at the urinal with my students. We finish our business and we go separate ways. So, you can't go into a toilet in Daystar and you don't find tissue paper. That would be a crime. But what do we say? Oh, mkiweka tissue paper wataiba. Your VQ in that institution, the virtuous value is in the grave. Walk into any lecture hall, and you know I have an advantage because I have comparisons which I don't want to mention. Walk into any lecture hall and all the sockets are intact. Nobody touches sockets, nobody touches lights, nobody touches projectors. Our projectors are in place in the lecture halls and we don't close lecture halls. What can be said about your school? But you know, these things don't just come. They don't just come into place. You have to demonstrate that as the leader of that institution. Why emotional intelligence matters. Next slide. Research, again, this is a book I want you to read by David Goleman. Those things of emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, motivation, relationship management will give you a strong school. And so I put it to you that schools must teach emotional regulation, conflict regulation, resolution, resilience, and empathy. So I'm asking you, how much of this is taught in your schools? How much of this is taught in your schools? But you know the best way to teach emotional regulation is when some difficult thing has happened in that school and the students see you there and they relate with you in a very authentic way. So you don't even have to go to class to teach. The students should experience it from you as a person. So please search for this book, David Gorman, and empower yourself. And by the way, I hope you know that because you are leaders, you must read. So leaders are readers. So if you are not reading, then you can't lead. And in scripture, Proverbs 25:28, a person without self-control is like a city broken down and left without walls. Do you know, if you went to parade every day, or to chapel, or wherever, and you brought out your true self, in other words, you are authentic, just that act of being authentic on that parade will create the right emotional ecosystem in your school. I want to ask, and I don't want answers, how many of us go on parade, Wednesday parade during prayers, and actually lead prayer? Do your students know you can pray? I'm just asking. My students know. In fact, I met one of your leaders who said, I trained him in Narok many years ago. And he said, you know what? From that training, we just remember one thing. You taught us a song. It's about 25 years ago. And he's here, one of the officials. He's there. Yeah. He said, you taught us our song. And we didn't ask each other which song. Because I knew the song. Belenina, endelea, minazidi, kutembea, maombi yasikie, e Bwana unipa andi. How can students riot against you? How? 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 Just one stanza. I've not even gone into the chorus. Ewe Bwana, uninue kwa imani, nisimame, nipande milima yote. E Bwana, unipandishe. I don't have to teach you emotional intelligence. It is done. But you live it. You live it. You must live it. Next, I want to rush a bit. The EQ advantage in school leadership. If you look at the book I've written, insights from this leadership book, leadership effectiveness is equal to IQ multiplied by your EQ. So I want you to know, ask yourself, all of us in this room have very high IQs. That's why we are where we are. And I'm so excited when I hear Dr. So-and-so in high schools. I'm so excited. I just hope that your employer is remunerating you accordingly. And they're not saying, you know, we don't need a PhD in high school. You need a PhD in high school. They will make a difference. You need a master's in high school. They will make a difference. Kenya becomes the richer. So don't save those little shillings from treasury. That no, these people, all we need is a bachelor's degree, and if they go to study, that is their own business. What a spirit. So many crises we have in institutions, is not failures of strategy, not failures of policy, but failures of relationships. You know, some of you don't even know that Section 2A was removed. from the constitution. So there's no way you can bulldoze people. The majority of people in that compound are the students. Then the teachers. You are a minority yourself. So you can't push it. This is not that regime. You can't. You must dialogue. You must talk to them. So if you come to the Vice Chancellor's office in North River, you might walk in and all the groundsmen are in my office because I've called them in the morning. And they come in with their gumboots on the carpets and I tell them, sit, kaeni all over. Some sit on the floor to tell them, thank you so much. We have now planted 110,000 trees. And it's not me, it is you who has done it. I want to tell you, thank you. That's what we are talking about. Can your groundsman come to your office and sit? I'm talking about the principal. When my girls have done well in volleyball or netball, from chapel, I tell them, come to the office for sim. They all run and they can even be 50. They all sit in the office. And I tell them, you have made me strong. So I'm asking you, what emotional climate does your leadership create in that school? What emotional climate? Don't talk about a strong school and then in the night you are sneaking away with your car and the lights are off. You don't want to know people to know that you have left. That is not a strong school. Me at days, I've told my students, 40% of my time I'm fundraising outside the country. I tell them in chapel, I'm going away for 1 month. The school is in your hands. I wish you well. Lakini wewe unazima mataa. Hata wengine tunapitia kwa fence behind our house so that the watchmen don't tell the students that you have gone out. Next, I would urge those of us who can afford, please get a copy of that book on leadership. It has essentials of leadership. I try to live my experience as a leader, and you'll find it very useful as a head of a school. So the emotional climate of a school, the principal sets the temperature. Colleagues, when you are fearful, teachers become defensive. When you are cynical, teachers disengage completely. Even in the staff meeting, nobody will lift their hand to say anything. When you are encouraging, teachers innovate and do things for the school. And when you are hopeful, your teachers will persevere. And there's a lot of persevering going on. I was taking a student I pay fees for in Nairobi school. And what a job the principal and the deputies are doing. But I found teachers there. The principal was not there. They opened the principal's office. I was so impressed. They opened it and said, you go and sit in the principal's office. I had not told them who I am. And I sat there and they were looking for the boy. And the teachers were really convincing me that they are managing these new grade 8 students that have come to the school without the principal being there. When you are hopeful, teachers will innovate, teachers will stand in for you. So the leadership insight here is people comply with authority, which we don't want. But people commit to leaders who make them feel value. Value the members of staff, value your students, value the workers. And so this CBE implementation will succeed where trust exists. If there's no trust, they won't, because there's so much tension around it, so much frustration, so much, improvisation, there's no money and this and that. You must exercise and give your teachers the impression that you trust them. Let me mention the case for VQ, virtue quotient. The next slide. I think the future needs more than intelligence. And I just want you to reflect around it yourself. Now it is becoming very obvious. It's not about the hardware of the brain. It is about the messy matters of the heart and adherence to God. So, societies suffer not from any information deficit, it suffers from a virtue deficit. So these are the values, these are the virtues. How do you demonstrate integrity in your school? How do you do it? How do you do it? I don't know how. I saw the Isuzu people saying you should buy that, what is it called? Is it the what? The Savo, the Prado, Hey. Headmaster, headmistress amenunua hiyo. Do you know that more than 3,000 heads are not here today? Your chairman gave me that information. They can't be here. They can't afford to be here. Yeah, and they look at KESHA as a monster that doesn't regard people in those small areas. So how do you demonstrate integrity? Me, I'm giving you this one for free. None of you at this level should buy that SUV. Now I see it too as an elder, but one of you, don't try to buy that SUV. Leave it to Mheshimiwa here. They can say I was bought by Parliament. Don't try it. I started driving a Mazda pickup, second-hand. But now when I buy a Mercedes, I take it to chapel for the school to pray for it. I have nothing to hide. I tell the whole school, that Mercedes, after this chapel, we'll go and pray for it. I bought it. Lakini, you don't show us. If you have no path that shows us how you have generated wealth, and we know the Mwalimu Sacco, how much they can give you maximum. Responsibility, humility, courage, stewardship, and perseverance. And I just want to say this. I have now learned very, very late in my life that the job you people are doing is not leadership, it is stewardship. You are taking care of God's possessions. So you are a steward. And I hope all of us in this hall, because we are leaders, we put in more hours. We pick the broom. We are servant leaders. We are authentic. We carry integrity around ourselves. Then you will have a strong school. Don't talk about strong schools if you don't have those aspects. Next, again, I'm not marketing, I'm just saying, and I've struggled with this in Kenya. We call ourselves professors, we call ourselves Dr. So-and-so, but there's no validation. Yeah, because uko ngambo, no professor uses somebody else's book to teach. So I want to encourage you, first of all, to advance yourself in your studies, but also when you are given that position by God, can you demonstrate you deserve it? You can't be a professor and you have not authored even one book. Sasa hiyo professor imetoka wapi hiyo? I can go to high school and tell you, you know those teachers who are in the staff room always telling others, I have a master's. You know, when you look at the person, you don't see the masters. Unaweza kumchunguza, kumchambua, what? But even when they speak, you don't see the masters. When the results come out, you don't see the masters in those results. So God then gives you the punishment to keep telling people, you know I have a master's. Collaborative leadership in this CB era. Colleagues, principals, as I wind up, the era of heroic leadership is ending very fast. In fact, people would detest you when you try to be a hero. Yeah, that era is going. Strong schools, you must share your vision. You must empower your teachers. You must have parent partnerships, student voice, and community ownership. You know, once upon a time, at Daystar, it was impossible to sponsor somebody to go and do their PhD. And I found that very odd. When I went in, I told my council, I have come. I have been educated by other institutions. The government has paid for me scholarships. And now you are using my knowledge. Why do you find it hard to invest in the faculty here so that they can become empowered? Oh, if we take them, when they get their PhDs, they'll go away. I said, go away where? Even if they don't stay in Kenya, wherever they are contributing to the universe. So right now, as we talk, I have more than 12 teachers who are on full sponsorship from the University of Daystar doing their PhDs. And they are spread, there are many in Howard, South Africa, everywhere. They're my research protocol. Where are you, Grace? Grace is not here. She's one of them. She's behind there. Grace was in my office, is always running around me, running. So one time I was looking at this book, and then they directed me to look at a site. And I found this, one of the best PhDs in the world, a PhD in management, in knowledge management. So I told Grace, apply for this job. She said, I don't have money. I said, you apply. In Israel. Today, in the next few months, she's going to graduate with her PhD and she has not paid a single cent. Has Daystar become poorer? No, it has become richer. Huh? So when somebody dies on your compound and you are arguing with the storekeeper and the cateress, you know, how many gorogoros of beans should we take? Imagine at your level, how many gorogoros? Instead of you saying, I am giving 1 sack of beans and 2 bags of maize and mafuta. No, how will I account that to the auditors? Si wanifunge. Niwaambie nilipeleka kwa matanga, wanifunge basi. We are talking about strong schools. How do you bring people together? And you know the African wisdom, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I know from scripture, Ecclesiastes 4:9, 2 are better than 1. How do we make a strong school? I know time is running. I just want to say, in Daystar, we have introduced design for delight. So anything we do, we ask, will this delight our customers? Anything we do. Even when I buy a chair, I ask, is this chair good enough for us? Design for delight. So the human side of learning for your students, do I really belong to this institution? Am I seen? And now a lot of our students are not seen. That's why they're doing all kinds of things. Am I valued? Do I matter? So D for D, and I hope some of you can carry it home, results in joyful learning, meaningful engagement, strong relationships, and purposeful growth. Let people smile when they go to the toilet. Let students, when they walk to class, they are happy with the environment. When they go to the library, They know we have one of the best libraries. When I go on parade, I don't just go on parade like some of you go on parade and you start lamenting. You know, you are the steward, you are the leader, and you start lamenting. I don't know what to do about maths in this school. Me, I'm totally defeated. I am hacky. I am so frustrated. No. Delight your audience. Give them hope. Demand more. But you cannot demand if you are not doing the same yourself. When I see the horrible things that are happening around us, I don't think our students are delighted. I don't think so. Just think about it. Right now, Kenya's greatest resource is its youth. And so you as principals, next slide, are shaping the future workforce, leadership, and moral fabric of Kenya. Please remember that. And if somebody doesn't think much of you, there's somebody up there. I've also come to appeal to principals. Can we take our space? Can we take our space in education in this country? Why? Why is it that after we get to chief principal, then the level of contentedness is attained? Why? And by the way, I suffer a lot. Mboka is here. I suffer a lot at home when I arrive at funerals. One of them was a very interesting one, the late Chakava. The late Chakava was a publisher, a close friend. We worked on the logistics, we took the body home. When we reached Moi Vukoli House, I was there early. You know, our nature of training, you go early. So I sat. So after about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, these handlers came and said, no, nyinyi ambao mmekaa hapa, tokeni hapa. Why? Because the dignitaries were coming. I've never forgotten that. So I stood and he said, muende mkae huko nyuma. I asked myself, how are we mentoring these young people who are here? And I'm not talking about myself. We were very many because Chakawa was an intellectual in his own right. We were very many. We were removed. I don't want to say who was coming, but we were all removed. But what these people don't know is that, by the way, Mheshimiwa, what you people don't know is that God is always found with the lowly. God is in those low places. So nyinyi kaeni huko mbele, lakini God is. And that's why children of teachers, children of watchmen, children of cooks, then become doctors and lawyers and everything. Because God is found in the lowly places. So afterwards, even the Mheshimiwas, two of them came to convince me, no, Professor, this is very shameful. Please come. I said, it has been pronounced. Let's run to the Christ-centered module of holistic education. And here I'm talking about our brethren, our brothers, Christians and Muslims. And you'll give me, this is my wrapping up. I just want to say this. If you have read the Bible, and if you have read the Quran, you know we all come from one stem. Hii stem mlikuwa mnaonga, hapana ile stem ya CB. We all come from the same stem. Because Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, those are all Abrahamic religions. The origin is Abraham. Juzi Waislamu wenzangu ambao wako hapa, I had people complaining there are too many holidays. Hii ya kuchinja mbuzi hii. And I told them, but it's not a Muslim holiday, it's a Christian holiday. Those are the origins. Abraham was going to slaughter the son, and God told him, don't. Pick this goat and slaughter. Where is that? Is that in the Bible? Yeah. Lakini tunatumia udini all over the place. But I'm saying, in Daystar, I have more than 500 now Muslim students. And even sheikhs and imams bring their children there. And they say, one time we were graduating and reporters ran to one of them, say, why is your daughter in a school like this one? He said, if I was to repeat this, I'll bring, and I'm going to bring her back for masters. She's there for masters. And said, there is a value system here that aligns with our Islamic beliefs of how somebody should be brought up. Leaders who are here, you can't do it without God. You can't do it without God. Luke 2:52, Jesus grew in wisdom and stature and in favor with God and man. You can't do it without God. So these things we are talked about, wisdom, IQ, favor with man, EQ, character and integrity, VQ, and favor with God, spiritual formation. So tumekuwa na vita, but I tell people, it's not the constitution that tells me Muslim students must be in Daystar. No, it's not the constitution. No, it is not the constitution. It is that virtuous leadership. Because I want them to know us, and for us to learn from them. So, Ramadan iliisha, recently, I called all my Muslim students and I said, how are we handling Ramadan, breaking the fast? So they brought a long budget. I said, okay, how much is this? Quite a lot of money. I said, we shall cut it into half. Mimi nitalipa nusu, na wazazi walipe nusu, so that you are taken care of. That is what I am talking about. But if you are blind to what life is all about and the people you are leading, then you can't have a strong school. So I have a very strong school. Unfortunately, very fortunately for me, at Hurlingham, we have a very big mosque. So I've talked to the Kathy there and I've said, when these people come here for prayers, they sign. Just like the Christians have to sign. At the river, next to my wall, there's a mosque, very big mosque. So they go there and they worship. Vita hizi zingine ni gani? And you as a leader, what position are you taking? So the school of the future will not necessarily be the largest budget, the biggest infrastructure, the highest enrollment. No. The school of the future is one which will have a strong culture, collaborative leadership both outside and inside the school, emotional intelligence, character formation, technological agility, and purpose-driven learners. It's a very big challenge, and I know you are limited by resources. But unajua hii resources, pia wachie hiyo mzigo kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. I've seen it myself. When I took over Daystar, we were all crowded in Nairobi campus. Nobody wanted to go to Athi River. I told the council, I want a house in Athi River, I'm going to stay there. We didn't have a school of nursing. We didn't have a school of law. The compound there was not secured. Everything was not in place. But just trusting God and being a good steward, God brings in those resources. So all these students who have come to Daystar are giving us the resources to do what we are supposed to do. And when they see you doing that, the school will flourish. That is my challenge to you. I don't know whether I've answered the question of strong schools. I don't know. So my national call for action is that to Kenya's 9,000 school head leaders here, let us produce schools that competence with without arrogance. That's why the person who was introducing me said, what do we put there? I said, don't put anything. Really? What I don't want to be known for that. Wanze kusoma, oh, he has 4 master's degrees, 2 PhDs, what? No, Mimi, I don't have to say I have a PhD. You'll just see it. Knowledge without pride, success without selfishness, leadership without corruption, achievement without moral compromise. So the leadership challenge I leave with you, the true measure of that strong school that you're asking for is not its mean score, it's not its university admissions, it's not the infrastructure. The true measure is what kind of human being leaves your gates. And so my closing scripture is, and let us consider how we may spur one another on toward love and good deeds, Hebrews 20:24. And so my final thought is that drawing from David Brooks' Second Mountain, Airo's Emotional Intelligence Leadership Framework, and the aspirations of the competence-based education, we must move beyond information to formation. Information to formation, beyond performance to purpose, and beyond success to significance. So strong schools are built by collaborative leaders who intentionally form competent minds, compassionate hearts, virtuous character, and purposeful lives. Asante sana, God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for doing a lot of justice to the topic of the theme of our conference this year. You'll agree with me, all of us have not had a session of prayer. All of us have been very keen and listened very keenly to our dear professor, who's a very rare gem in our nation. I don't want to say more than that. I want to welcome Chief Principal, Mr. Chilonga, to come forward. To pass a vote of thanks. Karibu.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. That is Professor Airo for us. Professor, when you were at the PD Western some years ago, I was a director of studies, but because of your mentorship, the rest is history. Today we have been remembering one of us, Principal Madam Ruth Kibisu, and when we saw you, we remembered unification exam. The footmarks that you left behind have made a number of us to follow you up to Daystar University. We sit under your shadow. I am a proud parent in that institution. Ladies and gentlemen, in the language of the World Cup that is going on, regardless of the angle Professor Airo gets the ball, he will always put the ball in the net. And this afternoon, he has scored with a back heel. Professor, you have scored with a back heel. We are very proud of you. Without wasting time, Professor deserves a standing ovation. If you say Professor deserves it, can we begin by putting our hands together and then clap for the score that has been put in? Professor, thank you so much. God bless you so much for that inspiring talk. Asanteni sana, Professor.
A colleague in charge of the gift, can you please step forward? I wish to hand over the session to our Vice Chair to take over from there. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Another round of applause for Professor. We are almost at the official opening of the conference, and I want to ask the people in charge of the hall to make slight adjustments of the seating arrangement in view of the guests that are coming to join us shortly. So the people in charge of the hall, you'll be allowed to make those adjustments. As Oxford University, I'm giving you 3 minutes. Oxford University, Mwalimu Sako. As we make those arrangements, sitting arrangements to allow for other guests that are joining us in a short while. Oxford.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Wale wako kule nyuma, good afternoon, wave at me if you can see me. Asante sana. I want you to turn to your neighbor, say neighbor. Angalia jirani yako, mwambie neighbor. Mwangalie kwa macho na mwambie neighbor, I love your nose. Angalia jirani one more time na mwambie neighbor. Angalia jirani mwambie neighbor, I love your forehead. If you're happy to be here, wacha tusikie shangwe na vigelegele tafadhali. Make some noise. Now, I want to try something because I know we've been seated for quite some time. I want to try something with you. If there's anybody next to you that has an empty water bottle, kindly hold it up. If you have an empty water bottle, kindly hold it up. Empty water bottle, tafadhali. Empty water bottle. Now, I want you to try something. Tell your neighbor, pass it like it's hot. Say, pass it like it's hot. When I say start, you make sure you pass that bottle to your right very fast. When I say stop, if you are caught with that water bottle, mambo yako imekwisha. Can we start? Can we start? In 3, 2, 1, pass it. Zungusha. 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 Stop. Nani ameshikwa nayo? Show me. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Oxford University Press team. Allow me to invite CPO Karanja to take us through the presentation, and then I will come back and guide you from there. Asanteni sana. Please enjoy our brief presentation.
Thank you so much, MC, and I will not take a lot of your time. So the chairman of KESHA and his entire team, the leadership of the Ministry of Education, the leadership of TSC, the county government, distinguished principals, thank you so much for having us today. We are very humbled, to be here to continue our partnership with KESHA and support teachers. Thank you. And before we launch the 11th edition of our Oxford Learners Dictionary, we wanted to mention a little bit about who we are. I know we've worked together in so many years with the teachers and the principals. And a lot of us know Oxford University Press, but then how many years have we been in this country? Oxford University Press East Africa, the leading publisher, was here since 1954. We are 72 years old. 72 years of partnering with teachers. You're going to remember that we pioneered titles like Hello Children. I know we remember Mr. Kamau and Mrs. Kamau. We have Read With Us. We also have titles like Kamusi. And ideally, we are curriculum leaders in CBC rollout. About 100% of our titles have been approved. And I know our principals are using those materials to support learning outcomes. We continue to empower educators through annual training Last year, we trained about 11,000 teachers for grade 11, both online and physical workshops. We are advocates of literacy and working with our partners, we donated 244,000 books for informal schools. We were working with Rotary Current to make sure that our libraries and schools are supported. And we are investing in digital transformation. I'm sure, principals, you have seen that all our books now are blended. So our products have a blended component where we can use phones or smart boards to ensure that our learners get into the digital competency. And we use our local authors. Amongst us, there are many of our local authors. I know I probably can't see them from here, but hello to you all our authors who we work with. And ideally, we are a purpose-driven team that is supporting KICD and the Ministry of Education to make sure that our learners achieve their learning outcomes. And so today, our main agenda really is to make sure that we launch a copy of our Oxford Learners Dictionary, 11th edition. We've walked through this journey. You can imagine it's been 11 years of making sure that we have words. Our new edition actually has 2,000 new words. So you're going to find ones like what? TikToker, data governance, e-banking, e-gate, power bank, prompt, because language is dynamic and we are trying to to make sure that our learners improve their vocabulary. And we know that learners who perform well, who have vocabulary, perform better in other learning areas. We have also included familiar East African expressions and phrases such as buzi, mabati, bongo flavor, and we are making the content more relevant. So our learners have choice, and we are supporting how language is evolving and how the 21st century learner is speaking. We also have over 500 note boxes that are revised and updated. Our vocabulary is building on synonyms, homophones, and confusable words. So it's really going to be a useful tool for teachers, especially teachers of language who are teaching the 4 skills of speaking, listening, writing, and reading. And so, because of time factor, let me ask our head of marketing, to come and support us with the launch of this dictionary. Daisy?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now getting to the moment where we are able to launch the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. This is the 11th edition that is aligned to CBE. I'd like to request MC Jack to come and take us through that session. And we'll kindly request you that at the moment you're launching, please stand up and join us in the launch. And remember, today this dictionary is available at our stand, together with all our products at 25% discount, as well as the moment you are able to scan a QR code, which MC Jack will take us through, you also get an opportunity of getting a product, a win from Oxford University stand. Just fill in your details and make sure that you're able to join us there. Please, MC Jack, and I'd like to request the Deputy Vice Chair to stand close so that we're able to launch this 11th edition of the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So let me ask the Vice Chair to kindly come on board. Bwana Elias Cheruyot, to kindly help us launch this so that we may have this launch. And just to remind you that all our materials are from Oxford, the dictionary that we are launching, Kamusi as well, Fasihi Simulizi. During this conference, we'll get a 25% discount. So you just walk to our stand and make sure you get yourself something. And of course, we know that from there, you will get an amazing, amazing product. So let me ask the Vice Chair. He's here. Ah, very nice. Asante. Thank you so much. All right. So let me ask all of us to kindly be upstanding. Wacha niombe sote tuweze kusimama. Wote ambao wako hapa, let me ask all of us to be upstanding. So I want us to watch this video, all of us. So I want us to watch this video. Media team, kindly, if you can cue it for us. Because I want us to watch the video, and then we will do the official launch. sound kindly. Do you have sound?
With over 180,000 words, phrases, and meanings, and over 2,000 new additions, the 11th edition of the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary keeps you up to date. Additionally, over 500 note boxes help you master tricky words, synonyms, and word usage. And guess what? It speaks to your world too. From Buzi to Mabati, East African English is included. That's not all. Learners in CBE are required to actively use dictionaries for reference, making the 11th edition of the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary a perfect companion in junior and senior school. Improve your writing with Oxford Writing Tutor and speak confidently with the Oxford Speaking Tutor. This isn't just a dictionary, it is your confidence, your clarity, your voice. Get your copy of the 11th edition of the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary today. Available in bookshops.
All right, so let me ask the Vice Chair to kindly step as we remain standing. And I want all of us to participate in this countdown as we launch the 11th edition of this Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. So ladies and gentlemen, I want all of us to participate on this one. Anataka tuanze tukiwa sote. Kila mtu kwa sauti tuseme 9,
10, 9,
8, 7,
6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele! Makofi, 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 makofi. I want you to clap your hands. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali, wapigieni makofi, makofi. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali, makofi, makofi, makofi. Makofi, everybody. We want to say thank you to our Vice Chair, Bwana Elias Cheruiyot. And as you are standing, I want you to check out your program. I want you to check the last page of the program, the second last page of your program. You will find a QR code there. Kindly scan it, fill in the document, and then come to our stand and collect your gift. This is, of course, Oxford Dictionary Advanced Learners at the 11th edition. Asanteni sana, Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. That was our time as the Oxford team. We want to say God bless you until we meet again in the next year. Asanteni and God bless. My name is Jack Kipyegon. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki.
Let us be seated, those who are standing, and allow the people arranging the hall to do their work in preparation for the official opening ceremony. We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. In a very, very short while, the guests of honor will be in. And when they walk in, I request that we will be upstanding to receive the guest of honor. Then the ceremony will carry on from there. Mwalimu National, if you can use 2 minutes, and when they walk in, you stop. Kindly.
Yeah, there was a presentation there, but
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, we are running behind by 1 hour, so I'll pretty move quickly. I don't have anything to launch. I don't have anything to press.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guest of honor is walking in. Can we be upstanding? Be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. The guest of honor is walking in. Karibu sana, mgeni wetu. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Karibu. Karibuni. Let us be seated. Let us be seated, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay. So our guest of honor, sir, the head of public service, who is also the chief of staff, Felix Kosgei, the chairman, Teacher Service Commission, the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, principal, Secretary State Department for Basic Education, directors from the headquarters, directors from the regions, and all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. We are very privileged this afternoon to have our chief guest to do the official opening of our conference. So I'll ask our people in charge of entertainment to give us the national anthem to start off this process. National anthem of the Republic of Kenya and the East African anthem. Let us be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem of Kenya.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, and be seated. Thank you so much, and most welcome once more to this official opening of the 49th Annual KESHA Conference here in Mombasa. Before we begin, we are going to have a small session of entertainment to usher us in. We have a poet from Mombasa, Mwinyi, to present a poem that captures the theme of this conference so that we can continue. Boko Mwinyi, move faster, please, to present a poem to allow us to carry on from there. Mr. Mwinyi.
Chero yetu ndugu, asante maiki kunipatia, ili na mimi nipate kupitisha wasia. Sasa nyamazeni nyote mupate kunisikia. Mola ibariki KESHA, ubariki na walimu. Naanza kuwasalimu ndugu zangu, hamjambo. Wakuu wetu walimu, leo tunaletu jambo. Kwa heshima na nidhamu nataka niwape mambo. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Twakukaribisha sote Kosgei hapa Pwani. Leo agiza chochote, furahi mambo ya Pwani. Kwani hapa vipo vyote, sema utakula nini. Ila na kusisitiza, usikose supu ya pweza. Hali ya anga ni nzuri, kongamano limeweza. Walimu mumenawiri na tena mumependeza. Nadhani mwala vizuri, chakula chenu ni pizza. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na mwalimu. Asompenda mwalimu, huyo ana shida mbili. Kama huyo si wazimu, ni chizi hana akili. Sababu huyu mwalimu ndiye nyota ya dunia. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Twaiomba serikali, hasa TSC, iwaangalie walimu, iwaongeze kitu. Angalau nao pia waendeshe ma V8. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Shairi hili ni zuri, nyote mnafurahia. Basi acheni ugumu, nipeni japo ni 100. Siondoki jukwani hadi nitoke na laki. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Kuna mtu kapendeza, na tena ananawiri. Nadhani wala pizza, mapochopocho mazuri. Jina nitawaeleza, ni Jamle Kimuturi. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Kosgei we uko fiti, twakukaribisha Pwani. Mombasa kuna mabinti, sema wamtaka nani. Muhimu unipe noti kama $500,000. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Natambua mwenyekiti kiongozi Willy Kuria, you have done a lot, saluti na kupigia. Basi nilete noti kama umefurahia. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Kukusahau siwezi, treasurer wetu Joyce, Abdi Nuri Haji wetu, nawe ninakutambua. Na madamu bila shaka popote nakutambua. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Hata Omboko Milemba, twakukaribisha Pwani. Naye Profesa Airo, nyote karibuni Pwani. Bwana Akelo Misori, oyu sikusahau. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Fuadi mtanashati anakwenda kwa wakati. leo amepiga shati na chini kati ya buti. Fuadi ni madhubuti, kajaliwa na Jalali. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki na walimu. Hapa mwisho nimefika, sasa ninahisi njaa. Tumbo linatetemeka, bora niende kukaa. Wako wapi KCB, hao wanaeka pesa. Na Oxford University na nyinyi mumesahau. CIC muko wapi, Isuzu na Njoni. Mola ibariki Kesha, ubariki Evelyn Mitei. Shukran.
Pige makofi shujaa huyu. Can we clap for him? Thank you so much, Mwinyi. I want to ask Entertainment Band to give us one hit to Shangilia Kenya as we prepare to welcome our national chair. Band, Shangilia Kenya.
Tuweze kuamka sisi wote tuimbe hii wimbo.
Shangilia Kenya.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda daima. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka daima. Kenya nchi yenye baraka daima. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo daima. Tutalinda katiba mpya daima. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki daima. Na ukipenda Kenya, tujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani daima. Hatutaki matata Kenya daima. Wenye nchi wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda
Wapi vigelegele?
na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda ng'ambo sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Thank you, and be seated. It is now my pleasure and duty to welcome the National Chairman of Kenya Secondary School Health Association, Mr. Willy Mwangi Kuria, to carry on the program from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our MC, our chief guest, Mr. Felix Koskei, Chief of Staff at the Head of Public Service, our Principal Secretary for State Department of Basic Education, Mr. John Likakinde, the Teacher Service Commission Chairman, Dr. Jamrik Muturi, the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, Madam Evelyn Mitei, the members of parliament present, the Chief Executive Officer of KCB, the chairman of KUPET, who is also a member of parliament, Mr. Oboko Milemba, Dr. Eve Obala, Vice Chair of the Teacher Service Commission, all the members of the union present, the National Governing Council, the members of the NGC retired, the parents, KESHA, all the invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to this forum, which is the 49th KESHA National Conference, which is operating under the theme, Strong Schools and Collaborative Leadership for Promoting Competency-Based Education. And because our chief guest is in great hurry, I want to move a bit fast. And without taking much time, I want to invite KCB, who is our title sponsor, to make one remark. Karibu KCB, you make one remark kindly. Karibu sana, so that we can be able to move on very fast.
Our chief guest, Chief of Staff, the Principal Secretary, Chair of TSC, the CEO TSC, National Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to bring greeting and appreciation from our group CEO. He truly appreciates the partnership that have been demonstrated over the years. It is with great honor to join you this afternoon for Kenya Secondary School Association Conference. Allow me at onset to commend KESHA for the leadership it has continued to provide within Kenya education sector for decades. As KCB, we are honored once again to be part of this conversation. Our relationship have endured because it is anchored on shared belief that education remains one of the most investment a nation can make. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's Strong School and Collaborative Leadership for Promoting Competence-Based Education come at a defining moment for our education sector. As we continue to implement this framework, there is the growing recognition that success of this transformation will depend not only on curriculum reforms, but also on strengthening our institution. As principals, you carry responsibility to foster collaboration among educators, parent policy makers, and development partners, and private sector to create conducive learning environments that nurture critical thinking, creativity, innovative, and long life learning. At KCB, we view education as a strategic driver for socio-economic progress. Every successful economy is built on the strength of its human capital. The quality of national workforce is determined long before individuals enter the labor market. It is shaped in classroom, laboratory, library, sport field, and running institutions such as the one you represent here today. That is why we continue investing in programs that expand access of education, create opportunity for young people through our social investment arm, KCB Foundation. I'm proud to note that in the year 2025, we supported over 4,000 students through our comprehensive scholarship programs supported by investment of more than 100 million covering tuition, mentorship, and psychological support. At institution level, we work with various schools across country to improve operational efficiency and sustainable through financial solutions that support investment in clean energy technology, including solar, LPG, steam-based cooking, and biogas infrastructure. Through this partnership, we are bringing together the financial expertise committed to environmental sustainability and our deep-rooted presence in the community to support government vision for greener and more inclusive education system. Beyond education finance, we remain committed on environmental sustainability through partnership with school communities across the country. KCB has facilitated planting of more than 3 million trees this year, contributing to national conservation efforts while helping cultivating environmental responsibility among the young people. This intervention reflects our conviction that education extends beyond academic institutions, but about creating an environment where learners can develop the knowledge, values, skills, and confidence required to succeed in life. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, as the conference progresses, I encourage all of us to use this platform to share ideas, challenge assumptions, share experience, and identify practical solutions that will strengthen our institution and improve outcome for the learners across the country. As a bank, we commit to stand alongside the education sector as a trusted financial partner and catalyst for transformation. Chief guest, I just take 1 second to allow all my colleagues, wherever they are, just to stand up. From KCB. Yeah, those is our enable team that will be able to support us, and any principal and any teacher, you can just visit our tent. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, KCB Bank. KCB Bank is our title sponsor, and that's why we give them that time. I want to correct a bit. Dr. Eve Obala is the Vice Chair of Education Commission of Committee of Parliament, so it is not the commission. Thank you very much for that correction. I also now want to briefly invite all of you to this conference, and it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 49th KESHA Annual National Conference here at Sheikh Zayed Hall, Mombasa. On behalf of the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, I sincerely thank all our delegates, partners, and invited guests for finding time to participate in this important annual gathering that continues to shape the future of education leadership in our country. This year's theme, Strong Schools and Collaborative Leadership for Promoting Competency-Based Education, is both timely and relevant. As school heads, we recognize that the successful implementation of competency-based education requires strong institutions, visionary leadership, adequate resources, effective partnership, and a shared commitment among all stakeholders. The transformation envisioned at the CBE can only be realized when all the educational stakeholders work in tandem and synchronize their actions with the CBE dream. We are particularly encouraged by the successful rollout of grade 10 and the historic transition of the pioneer cohort into senior school. This milestone marks a significant achievement
in education reforms demonstrates the country's determination to prepare learners with the competencies, skills, values, and attitudes required in the 21st century. As principals, we take pride in the role we have played in ensuring a smooth transition. We commend the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, parents, and those education stakeholders whose collective effort have contributed to this success. Even as we celebrate these gains, we acknowledge that the education sector continues to face significant challenges that require urgent and collective attention. KESHA has consistently highlighted concerns relating inadequate funding amidst rising operational costs in schools, infrastructure deficit, staffing shortages, implementation challenges associated with education reforms, student welfare and the mental health concerns, besides the cyclic wave of students' unrest. These challenges have placed considerable pressure on school management and continue to affect the effective delivery of quality education. We remain optimistic that through sustained dialogue and partnership with the government and stakeholders, practical and lasting solutions will be found. We are deeply saddened by the recent wave of student unrest and incidents of arson witnessed in some schools across the country. The wanton destruction of educational facilities, loss of valuable resources, and most tragically, the loss of young lives are matters of grave concern to all of us. Schools must remain safe havens for learning, growth, and nurturing future generations. KESHA family believes that the problems are best resolved through engagement and dialogue rather than through destruction of property and interruption of learning. The KCB KESHA Annual National Conference remains the premier professional forum for secondary school heads in Kenya. It provides us with a valuable opportunity to reflect on our experiences, share best practices, learn from experts, and engage policymakers on issues affecting education and national development. During the conference, delegates have been and will continue deliberating on leadership in a changing educational environment, digital transformation in schools, mental wellness, accountability and transparency, education reforms, sustainable financing of education, and strengthening the linkage between education and employment opportunities. We are confident that the insights and recommendations generated from these discussions will contribute significantly to strengthening the implementation of competency-based education and improving learning outcomes for learners. As I conclude, I wish to sincerely thank all delegates for honoring this conference with your presence. Your commitment to professional growth and educational excellence continues to inspire confidence in the future of our schools and our nation. I also thank KCB and other sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and those stakeholders who have supported the organization of this conference. May this gathering be productive, enriching, and transformative. I wish all delegates fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. Thank you very much. As I said at the start, our guests may not have a lot of time, so I'll rather be very brief indeed. Our chief guest, when we started the conference, we have had a number of issues to discuss. And as I have said, a number of issues that we have discussed is the cost of education. We shared about it yesterday. And we all noted that there is something that really needs to be done because of the deficiency of funding in schools. Because yesterday we realized that the cost of maintaining a student in school for 1 day in a C1 school is 440 shillings. In a C2, C3 school is 420, and in C4 schools is 110. So we realized that this has significantly affected the operations in schools, because the existing fee was fixed in 2015, and now we are in 2026. That is 11 years ago. So we actually felt that there is a need for review. And we actually are going to give you a document to that effect so that you can be able to go through it, because there isn't much time left here. The other thing we looked at and we are supposed to look at in this conference is the issue of school unrest. We have seen that there has been an issue of school unrest this term. And maybe the warning part of this unrest, is one of the warning parts is that it is affecting the historically stable and the highly disciplined schools, which we have never known about them going out. This year it was different. That is really worrying. The other warning thing is the frequency and the geographical spread. There is the loss of lives and the loss of property is also very worrying. We also, after that, are going to discuss some of the possible causes of this unrest. But we have a few that we need to improve the well-being of the students in schools, among other things. Because when the school environment is friendly, I think we can be able to cope with the situation. But of course, there is always the issue of the much hyped children's rights. It is much easier to take action against a teacher than a student in school because of the way it is very difficult to maybe take a disciplinary action because you have offended or embarrassed a student or a child for that matter. The other thing that we are going to look at is the issue of the cost of the school uniforms. We have had in several occasions that the school uniforms is quite expensive, and we didn't want a situation where the school uniform remains affordable. In our research, as far as the school uniform in Kenya is concerned, we have noted after research from various schools, the average cost of school uniform for boys is 9,562, and for girls is 10,182. This has been done after taking from the many schools that we have. So sometimes there is a misinformation that the uniform is extra expensive. The only reason that it sometimes may be seen to be extra expensive because what is called the uniform includes the mattress, it includes the blankets, it also includes the bed sheets, the pillows, the uniform. Once all is lapped as school uniform, it is seen as very expensive. But uniform in itself, we find that it is not that expensive because it involves a number of items. The uniform itself, largely, you find there are 3 trousers, there are 2 pullovers, such kind of 3 shirts or blouses, 2 trousers or skirts, 3 pairs of socks, 1 long-sleeved sweater, 1 short-sleeved sweater, 1 jumper, school blazer, or fleece jacket at the games kits. That is what basically we call a school uniform, and it is averaging to 9,000 to 10,000. So when we say that the school uniform is actually very expensive and maybe we needed to have a standard uniform for the entire country, we find that that is going to be destructive as far as discipline of the students is concerned. You can hardly identify your students in school. Suppose students from another school come and invade your school. You will not know they are your learners. You cannot know. When they are fighting in the market, because sometimes they meet and they fight in the market, you cannot know these are from which school. The communities help us as far as maintenance of discipline is concerned. They usually call us and tell us, your students are roaming in the market. If all students are having the same uniform, utajua ni wa shule gani, ni wa shule gani. And sometimes I have seen some boys, sometimes they go and try to invade girls' schools. You not know whether they are girls or boys. So I think because of the issues of discipline, we have to be very careful as far as the issues of uniform are concerned. And then we also have to realize that the uniform is a symbol of identity and symbol of identity, heritage, and the tradition for any school. And therefore we say similar uniforms may promote indiscipline. Again, diversity among schools, preserving healthy uniform helps to preserve healthy competition among students in schools. And therefore we find that diversity among schools should be celebrated rather than criminalized. Distinctive uniforms contribute to school branding and reputation. Also, we find that the uniform also sometimes reflects the local climatic conditions. Some uniform, the fabric can only be worn in some hot areas, others in cold areas. And therefore we are feeling, instead of having a standardized uniform the whole country, it is better to leave the school uniform and make it very affordable. We would have very serious disciplinary issues with the issues of uniform. In fact, I've always seen the old students, even the members of parliament, many of them, they visit their schools where they ran 30 years ago wearing the school uniform they used to wear that time. It is because they are taking a lot of pride in that uniform. What about the students in that school that particular time? There is a lot of pride in it. And without taking much time, so we are also having the issues of grade 10 transition. And of course, among the challenges we may have, maybe we need to increase on the supply of textbooks because there is inadequate supply of textbooks. And in the market, sometimes we don't have the KICD books. And therefore, this sometimes is affecting our learning or implementation of grade 10. We're also having an acute shortage of specialized teachers in our schools. Fine art, Mandarin, aviation, all those new subjects in CB, we actually need teachers for those subjects. And without taking much time, maybe the only other issue that we also feel should be looked at is the issue of the Kenya National Examination Council. Because most of the people here who have manned the examinations, there seems to be a problem in the financing in that institution because the teachers are the ones who work for the Kenya National Examination Council. And therefore, for us to be able to, we need to make NEC a very strong institution so that it can be able to hire personnel for effective monitoring of national examinations, hire forensic experts to curb examination cheating. It also should be able to offer competitive terms of service for the professionals. Many times, we also find that it should be able to remunerate its staff so that the issues maybe can try to minimize the issues of examination malpractices. And we have been feeling that NEC should be legally empowered. We have always said that NEC should be an autonomous body, so that it can derive funds from the consolidated funds, so that it can be able to hire its professionals and become strong. That is a consideration that we have always made. Finally, secondary schools that are here, most of them do not have students. They don't have learners. We are supposed to be 9,700 principals here, but those who are here today are 6,700, meaning that 3,000 are not here. Majority of them are not here because the schools they are coming from could not be able to fund them to come for this conference. And it's because most of these have very few learners. We find that once the JSS went to the primary schools, most of the secondary schools were left with few learners. Imagine you removed about 1 million students from secondary and took them to the primary. That means some secondary schools are having it very difficult to operate. And some have already closed. And some cannot be able to operate now. So we have been feeling that the JSS should actually operate in primary school, in high school, or as an independent entity. so that any school that is capable of admitting runners for JSS can be able to. And the day schools that are closing because they have no runners, they should actually be allowed to admit the JSS learners instead of them closing. The facilities are idle, the labs are idle, everything is idle there. So we are feeling, can these day schools absorb the JSS learners? Because of time, I think I want to end there. All the information I have packed here, I'll have an opportunity to present to the head of public service so that he can be able to go through it. With that, I want to take this time now to invite the NGC members to stand up wherever they are, all the NGC members, the National Governing Council members. Because of time, we have the NGC members there. Maybe you can wave. Those are the NGC members. We have NGC members from the entire country. And they are the chairmen from various counties. They form part of our governing council. Finally, I want to request you to award the members, the retired members of the NGC. So I didn't want to invite the retired members of the NGC to come here. The retired members of the NGC, please come here on the stage. We have our governor. Our governor has come. Please wave. Our governor has come. Karibu sana, governor. Please come very fast. I want to finish up because the PS wants to leave because of time. These are members of the National Governing Council who have retired. We invited them so that we can give them the honors they deserve. They are the ones who are driving the KESHA last year and the other year. They are all retired in spite of them. Some of them look very young. We doubt. Where are the gifts? So I think I just want Bwana, the former chair, just to come and say hi on behalf of the rest. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The guest of honor today, Head of Public Service, the PS, Ministry of Education, State Department of Basic Education, the Governor of Mombasa, TSC Chair, Union members, KESHA, delegates, good afternoon. God is good, and all the time, and that is His nature. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of my colleagues here to thank the National Chairman and his team for having invited us to come and join you in this 49th edition of the conference. We must say that as a retired team, we feel greatly honored to have been remembered to come and see old friends, interact with our former colleagues, and know what is going on in the education sector. Before I say anything, Mr. Chairman, allow me to request the team just to rise for 30 seconds in honor of one of us who should have been here, but unfortunately, he has gone to be with the Lord.
but we would have wished for him to be with us. Kindly, just 30 seconds. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, as a team that worked with you, we want to say we appreciate your efforts in making KESHA grow stronger and stronger. The head of public service, allow me just for a few minutes, having been here, just to join the chair in mentioning some of the challenges he has said. I remember just before I handed over as national chairman, I had done a petition in Parliament that indicated the kind of arrears the country or the Ministry of Education was owing the schools. Head of Public Service, let me join them in just saying, find it within government circles to find a way of helping the schools meet the challenges of the pending bills that they are having because of that challenge. I know there are others which the chairman has mentioned, but thank you very much for honoring us. Thank you, and we wish KESHA long life and better education for our children. Lastly, as I leave, I have decided, ladies and gentlemen, to venture into politics. So when you will hear me looking for votes as governor of Vihiga County, where Omboko Bilemba is also looking for the same seat, please come and support me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, but we wish you all the best. I hope 2028 I'll be saying my former chair is the governor, that I'll have time to go there. And with that, I want now to take this time to invite the PS to come and take a photo with these people, and then invite our guest speaker. PS, I also want to maybe we invite the guest speaker to take a photo alongside these people as we invite him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bwana Chairman. The guest of honor for this function, who is the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Koskei, the Governor, Mombasa County, Your Excellency Sharif Nasir, the Chairman TSC, Dr. Jamlek Muturi, and the entire team of the commissioners. We also have with us the Acting CEO, Evelyn Mitei. We have the honorable members of Parliament, Honorable Ifo Bara, who is Education Committee, National Assembly Vice Chair, Honorable Mboko Milemba. We have the Kupet Secretary General, Bwana Kelo Misori, the NAT leadership. In the interest of time, all MOE, TSC, and GAO teams present here, sponsors, and all distinguished principals, good afternoon. God is good all the time. Thank you very much. Our chief guest is scheduled to move in a short while, and therefore please you will excuse me that we will have to cut short the program, which means therefore the remarks that were supposed to be done by the TSC chair and the other teams will not be done, because we have enough time to be able to do all the other remarks that we need to make. But I'll, with the permission of the chief guest, I will request that just 2 minutes each to have the chair, the vice chair of the Education Committee, Mheshimiwa Ifo Bara, just to come forward for 2 minutes and make 1 or 2 remarks.
Good afternoon. My name is Eve Obara. I'm the MP for Kabondo Kasipul constituency in Homa Bay County and the Vice Chair for Education Committee. Standing on the already established protocol, let me take this opportunity to extend my sincere appreciation to the Kenya Secondary School Heads, or is it now the Senior School Heads Association, for convening yet another edition of the important national conference. And for nearly 5 decades, KESHA has served one of the most consequential professional forums in our education landscape. A space where school leaders engage candidly with policymakers, exchange hard-earned experiences from the classroom and the staff room, interrogated emerging challenges and other consideration towards the shaping of education policy in Kenya. The tradition of constructive engagement is one worth establishing and sustaining. Our chief guest, Felix Kosgei, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly honored to join you, not merely as a guest, but as someone who holds deep regard for the work that secondary school heads do every single day in this country. There are few gatherings in the education sector that bring together such a rich and varied concentration of practical experience, professional wisdom, and institutional memory as this conference. Looking across this hall, I see men and women who have dedicated their careers to translating national curriculum policies into meaningful, tangible learning experiences for millions of Kenyan children, often under conditions that test not just competence, but resilience, creativity, and genuine commitment to the young people in their care. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the theme of this conference, strong schools and collaborative leadership for promoting competence. I'm just about to finish. Yeah. The theme of this conference, strong schools and collaborative leadership for promoting competency-based education, goes to the heart of what our committee has been grappling with in Parliament. CBE is the right direction for Kenya, preparing our young people to think critically, to create, to adapt, and to lead is not optional, it's existential. I am under no illusion that the curriculum reform succeeds by decree alone. You, the head teachers, are single most important factor in whether CBE succeeds or stalls in any given school. Not the policy document, not the press release, you. And so the question we keep asking in Parliament on your behalf is that, are you head teachers being given what they need to lead this transformation? Are you receiving adequate training? Are you teachers being prepared and supported? Are the learning resources reaching your school on time? If the answer to any of this is no, whose failure is it? The answer comes from here, because all the stakeholders are here. My colleagues, the last sentence, my colleagues and I have noted with great interest the prominence given by mental health wellness in this conference program. This is not a soft issue, it is a crisis, our chief guest. Kenya's young people are struggling, and the teachers are in the forefront of that struggle, often without adequate professional support or clear policy guidance. The Education Committee will be closely tracking the recommendations that emerge from these sections, and we will carry them back to Parliament. But we also say this: the mental wellness of head teachers themselves must be taken seriously. My colleagues, and I have heard from principals across this country who are stretched beyond their limits. Leaders who are burnt out cannot build strong schools. We will advocate for support structures that include you, not only your students. I had much more to talk about, but I will conclude. On PS, thank you for giving me the opportunity, but I want to say that I trust that over the coming days, you will engage one another candidly and constructively, that the deliberations of this conference will yield practical recommendations capable of informing policy, and that you will return to your respective schools revigorated and better equipped to serve the learners and communities in your care. I wish you fruitful discussions, meaningful engagement, and truly successful conference. May God bless you all. May God bless our education sector, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
You know, I was trying to go near Ifo Bara, Mheshimiwa, whom we worked together when I was in Mbita, Chairman TSC. You know, I'm told the chief guest is supposed to leave by 2. So I think with all the permission that I've requested, I would request His Excellency the Governor to come, after which the chief guest will be able to take the floor. Thank you.
Hi, habari zenu? You are well? Nilikuwa nasikia my sister Evo Bara anaongea, walimu anasema no. Good afternoon to all of you. First and foremost, my brother and the head of public service, Ndugu Felix Koskei, karibu sana Mombasa. As always, it is always a pleasure having you here. And the fact that you have the head of public service at this very, very important meeting of teachers, I think that in itself goes to show the importance that the government as a whole is looking into this matter. This is not being treated as something just for education. It is not being treated something just for health, but it is a whole government approach. So I want to congratulate Felix for you taking time to be able to be here. I know both of us have another engagement, but I think I'm one of the few people who can easily boast that I've been to this forum from when it was the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association until now it is the Kenya Senior School Heads Association. Kwa hivyo munipigie makofi, nimekuwa na nyinyi. Now, the country has been experiencing quite a lot. We're seeing some things unprecedented. We can either bury our heads in the sand or be proactive in nature. When I started seeing in the news on all that are happening, the arson attacks, this levels of things that I would never ever have seen in my own school. I studied in Lenana School. I don't know if the principal is here, but things that I would, okay. I'm disappointed with the students now. I'm told they decided to try and make a bit of noise because of a party. When I was in school, the workers actually went on strike. And we actually managed the school as students with the teachers for a good 2 to 3 weeks, including cooking, where we even took turns. Don't clap for me alone. I didn't cook alone. We had a lot of us. But then I asked myself, what is the issues that are affecting these students? The first thing that we have done as a county government is we have started, and I think we've already done 18 schools in Mombasa, an assessment on fire. So that, God forbid, in case of anything, we know, and we're going to be doing this for all the schools. As much as we're doing this in the hotels and all the other, in the hospitals, just an assessment of the level of fire that is there. But then after that, we did one thing. And I want to thank the CS for education on this. Because we could not wait for the bureaucracies of paperwork. I called the CS and I told him, allow me to do a very confidential questionnaire to these students for us to be able to get an insight of what are the issues that are really affecting these students. Coincidentally, about 40% of these students felt that they were better off talking on that questionnaire than talking to the teachers, because they felt a way that they can be able to, and we did not even take their telephone numbers or their names, because we wanted to keep it in a bit of a confidential. Out of 30,000, we had 12,000 respondents. So that was a very decent amount of respondents that we were able to get as a county government. 23.8% of our children are using one substance or the other. And equally, 25.7%. 23.8% are saying that this is something that is easily available near their school. So we will be calling the education stakeholders and requesting them that they need to monitor that after the child has left the school, kama kuna kiosk, kama kuna kitu inauza mugoka na miraa hapo nje, you let us know so we can deal with those people who are now harming our children in these elements. We did one thing, and I know the principals from Mombasa are here, the head of schools for Mombasa are here. We did one thing, and we initially started a program where we called it No Child Left Behind, where we just paid 5,000 per child. Then after that, we converted that, and we said, why doesn't the county government of Mombasa take over? This is something that your office, head of public service, helped in drafting. This is something that the CS, education, and the Attorney General approved, where we took over the major cost of the food items that are there in the schools. And right now, I think it's commencing this month, even the cost of the cooks that were being hired by those will now be taken over. So we take over the cooks and we provide the food items as well. A few issues here and there, ration. By the way, even the children themselves said we need to increase the ration of the food in the survey that we were able to do, which we will be considering, and increasing the ration of the food as well for our students. But we are glad that about 76.9% of these students actually acknowledge that this has helped them. But there's one thing that we need to be able to get to the bottom of. And this can only be achieved if Parliament as well maybe tightens the screw and pushes, because we cannot blame these teachers. Power can get disconnected because they have to pay power bills. Of course, Mombasa, the issue of food is no longer there because we are the ones who are supplying the food. But then they've got BOM teachers as well, that some of these schools hire based on the fact that there are not enough teachers in those respective schools. But at the same time, na I hope hii pia mutanipigia makofi, about 76% of these students have at one point or the other been told to go home because of fees. And we are asking ourselves, what are the issues that are affecting our children? So as we go back home, and I will be calling the principals within Mombasa. I will be calling in the leaders within Mombasa to try and explain to them. One thing came out very, very clear as well, is that almost 60% of these students are crying because they are asking for someone to talk to. And we will be sending counselors to these students so that before anything happens, let us be proactive instead of being reactive in our nature. Because we should not have reached a level where we are waiting for children to burn down schools. We should have been able to cut this before even a child thinks of holding a matchbox and burning down a school. And each and every one of us here, every one of you here, I don't know if there's any one of you here studied in a secondary school that is abroad. But all of us, the children that we're currently teaching and future generations demand and they deserve that every one of us provide to them what was provided for us. The decency, the respect, and to be treated. And we have to understand, we have to move in today's day and age. These children have access to social media. These children have access to so much more than what it was that me and you were able, and we had to steal a newspaper for us to be able to see what is going on a few weeks ago. So with those very many words, I will be calling in Hopes, I will be calling in the principals, and we've even agreed with the CS. He will be coming over, where we will now be dissecting the data that we have been able to get with yourselves to see how we can improve and how we can be proactive instead of reactive in our engagement with these students. With those very many words, I take the opportunity. There's only one thing, Hopes, there's something that I want you to be able to agree with me. Now, I talked to the president on this, I talked to the deputy president on this. Iko sheria moja tunataka kuweka, and I always plead with the good people who are here. We provide them mambo ya buses, no parking, sijui mambo ya stalls, no charging, hiyo si shida. But nataka ile PDM wamekuja nayo, wamalize yote hapa. So, with those very many words, karibu sana Hopes, and you address the teams that are here. Karibu sana.
Let's have our seats. Thank you very much, Governor Abdul Samad. Your Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa, the Principal Secretary for Basic Education, the National Chairman of KESHA, the Chairman TSC, the Chief Executive Officer and Commissioners of the Teacher Service Commission, members of the National Governing Council, schools, principals from across the Republic, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor and privilege to join you at the 49th Annual National Conference of the Kenya Senior School Heads Association. I convey warm greetings from His Excellency the President and the Government of Kenya and commend KESHA for its enduring commitment to educational excellence and professional leadership. Allow me to begin by paying tribute to KESHA as one of Kenya's most respected professional associations. Over the years, the association has consistently demonstrated exemplary leadership, constructive engagement with government, and unwavering commitment to improving the quality of education in our country. Through its advocacy, capacity building, and policy dialogue, KESHA has become a trusted partner in shaping the future of secondary education. This year's conference theme, Strong Schools and Collaborative Leadership for Promoting Competence-Based Education, captures the essence of what Kenya requires at its pivotal moment in our educational journey. It reminds us that the work undertaken in our schools extend far beyond the classroom. The values, discipline, integrity, and sense of responsibility nurtured within our institutions today will determine the quality of leadership, citizenship, and public service that Kenya enjoys tomorrow. School principals, therefore, occupy a unique and strategic position in nation building. Competency-based education is preparing learners not merely to pass examinations, but to become innovative thinkers, ethical citizens, skilled professionals, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners. Achieving this vision requires school leaders who can inspire change, empower teachers, and create environments where every learner can thrive. The government remains steadfast in its commitment to strengthening the education sector as a cornerstone of our national development. Under the leadership of His Excellency the President, significant investments have been made to support schools, teachers, and learners across the country. Among the most notable achievements has been the employment of more than 100,000 teachers by the Teacher Service Commission over the recent years. This unprecedented investment in the teaching workforce has significantly improved staffing levels, reduced teacher shortages, and enhanced the quality of instruction in our schools. The government has also prioritized the expansion of education infrastructure. Through sustained investment, more than 23,000 classrooms have been constructed across the country to support the implementation of competence-based education and to provide conducive learning environment for our growing learner population. These facilities are helping to ease congestion and ensure that every child has access to quality learning spaces. In addition, the government continues to honor its commitment to the timely disbursement of capitation funds to public schools. In line with the assurances given by the President, efforts have been intensified to ensure that schools receive resources as scheduled, enabling principals to plan effectively, manage operations efficiently, and minimize disruptions to teaching and learning. These investments demonstrate the government's recognition that education is not an expenditure, but a strategic investment in Kenya's future prosperity. The success of competence-based education depends on the strength of our schools. Strong schools are characterized by sound governance, financial accountability, innovation, effective teaching, learner safety, and inclusive leadership. Equally important is collaborative leadership. Principals cannot implement reforms alone. Success requires close cooperation among teachers, boards of management, parents, the Teacher Service Commission, the Ministry of Education, county governments, development partners, and local communities. As the public service continues to embrace digital transformation, educational institutions must equally position themselves to take advantage of technology to improve efficiency, accountability, and service delivery. School leaders should champion innovation while ensuring that technology is deployed responsibly and in a manner that supports learning and institutional excellence. The implementation of competence-based education calls for adaptive leadership that embraces innovation while remaining focused on learner outcomes. Principals should invest in continuous professional development, engage stakeholders openly, and cultivate cultures that encourage creativity, resilience, and accountability. As we strengthen our institutions, we must equally strengthen the people within them. Mental health has emerged as one of the defining challenges of our time. Learners face pressures arising from academic expectations, social media, family circumstances, and peer influence, while teachers and school leaders contend with growing administrative and professional demands. Schools should therefore prioritize psychosocial support, guidance and counseling, emotional resilience, and wellness programs. A healthy learning environment promotes better academic performance, improved discipline, stronger relationship, and greater productivity. As leaders, you have the opportunity to cultivate compassionate school cultures where every learner and every member of staff feels valued, respected, and supported. Ladies and gentlemen, the government continues to place great emphasis on responsible management of public resources and value for money across all sectors. Schools are no exceptions. Every shilling allocated to the education sector represents the sacrifice and contribution of Kenyan taxpayers and must therefore be utilized efficiently, transparently, and for its intended purpose. As leaders of public institutions, school principals are entrusted with a responsibility that extends beyond administration. You are custodians of public resources, public trust, and the future of our children. Every decision made, every resource allocated, and every program implemented must contribute towards improved learner outcomes and institutional performance. In today's environment of constrained resources and rising expectations, accountability can no longer be measured solely by compliance with procedures. It must be demonstrated through tangible results. Integrity remains the cornerstone of effective leadership and public service. As school heads, you are not only responsible for managing institutions, but also for shaping values and character. The standards that learners observe in their teachers and school leaders often have a lasting influence on the kind of citizens they become. We must therefore remain vigilant against all forms of misconduct, including examination malpractice, procurement irregularities, conflict of interest, favoritism, and misuse of public resources. The success and sustainability of any institution depends not only on the quality of its leadership, but also on the strength of its governance system. Strong governance promotes transparency, enhances accountability, safeguards public resources, and creates confidence among stakeholders. I therefore urge school leaders to continue strengthening internal controls, maintaining accurate records, fostering constructive engagement with boards of management, and ensuring full compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and government policies. I wish to commend KESHA for fostering a culture of professionalism among school principals. The association has consistently demonstrated that organized, evidence-based engagement can strengthen public policy and improve service delivery. Your commitment to continuous learning, mentorship, and collaboration has elevated educational leadership in Kenya and contributed significantly to the successful implementation of national reforms. The government values this partnership and looks forward to continued collaboration in building an education system that meets the aspirations of our people and the demands of a rapidly changing world. I want to add and say that the most critical input in an organized society is leadership. And as we continue transforming this country, each and every sector, each and every unit of government and private sector must play its role equally well. I want to thank the heads of senior schools in Kenya who are members of this association for a good work that they have been doing. I think you need to clap for yourself because you have done exceptionally well. Organizing such a number of members, especially very busy people, people who have different shades of opinion, different background, is not easy. It must have taken a while for the leadership of this association to consciously bring all of you together, to rally all of you in one direction, and consistently ensure that all principals in this country are working in one direction at the same speed, in the same trajectory. I want to really thank all of you for the kind of heavy lifting that you do. You know, your influence extends far beyond the grades on a certificate. You always shape the values, the thinking process, and the confidence of our young people. You impact many beyond classrooms. The teacher is the single most person who, at any one stage, all of us must have passed through the hands, and they have felt the impact up to now where we are. You are the quiet architects of national progress. Thank you for your patience, your extra hours, and for seeing the potential in every student, even when they don't see it themselves. The world is changing very fast. I want to urge all of us to keep innovating. The world is changing, and your role in helping the students navigate with critical thinking remains our most vital national assets. As a head of public service, I've been doing extensive engagement with all public servants. I've been trying to have a conversation right from the lowest public servant to the top public servant, to have a discussion, to have a conversation, and to discuss and agree, first of all, to admit the challenges that we are facing, the areas that we have gone wrong, and the direction that the country must take for it to transform, as the president is always telling us. And I've come to discover that all public servants are ready. Public servants, Your Excellency, includes county government staff. They are ready, they are willing, they are aware that they must be some change for the transformation to take root. And when I had 3 hours conversation with all of you, trying to build capacity, trying to sensitize. That evening, I was a happy person. A happy person because the kind of comments, the kind of feedback that I got, almost 250,000 feedback messages. Many are saying, even some of the public servants did not know that they are public servants. They thought public servants are people who are driven in big cars, people who are in big offices, people who are guarded. But let me assure you today, when you go back home, that person up to the last, that person in your school working is a public servant because he is serving the public. And everybody's effort, however small it is, when it is combined together, it becomes the total sum and it becomes the strength of the national force that can drive this country forward. So I want to urge all of us, ladies and gentlemen, to be very, very, very alert and to ensure that as public servants of this age, we need to be part and parcel of transforming our country. We are not going to wait for anybody else because there is none. It is us. Wherever you are, whether in your school is in Turkana or in Kwale here or Mombasa, know that you have a role to play, you have a critical role to play in transforming this nation. That classroom teaching, that management ideals, that leadership that you are showing the way to students and your teachers in school is one of the inputs to the transformation of the country. And therefore, I'm always glad to have a conversation with all of us. And you must have seen, I'm one person who is very passionate with education. Almost every weekend I visit schools. We have discussions with teachers, students, and always trying to encourage them that all is well if we focus and put a lot of determination in the direction we are going. So I want to really thank you for inviting me to come to this conference and to be a chief guest. But next time, Chairman, if you happen to think of inviting me, invite me a day earlier so that I can have an engagement with many of you over the night. Then the following day, then I can address the gathering, because I feel like I'm a bit selfish because I don't have time, but I really wanted to hear from all of us all the good things that I have seen in the program, to understand the challenges that each and everybody is facing, and also to pick the solutions that majority of our fellow public servants who are sitting here are giving, so that as we are moving forward, we become practical, we become realistic, and really we get to understand what is ailing perhaps the education sector, what is needed in transforming the economy of this country. So as you reflect on the theme, strong schools and collaborative leadership for promoting competence-based education, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to building institutions that are resilient, innovative, accountable, and learner-centered. Kenya will not transform through policies alone. Transformation will occur when leaders at every level take ownership, deliver results, safeguard public resources, and remain accountable for the responsibilities entrusted to them. The future of our nation will be determined not by the plans we make, but by the discipline, integrity, and effectiveness with which we implement them. I have received a memorandum. I'm going to go through it. I know the Principal Secretary has responded to several issues raised, but I promise you that we shall go through it. I will escalate to the highest office so that a conclusive decision will be made, and your input is made or are taken to become part of the policy transformation items or parameters within it. So I thank every principal gathered here for your dedication and service. Your leadership shapes communities, strengthens families, and builds the nation. It is now my pleasure to officially declare the 49th KESHA Annual National Conference open and to wish you fruitful deliberations and every success. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana.
The chief guests have accepted. Let's have the National Government Council take a photo with the chief guest. We also have the chairman TSC, the CEO TSC, and we'll also request His Excellency the Governor to join. We have the members of Parliament, Akelo Misori,
furaha. Hilo ni hakikisho la rais wetu, zamani tuliwekwa ati namba 4, sasa hapa utani tuko namba 1. Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu. Nguvu zetu za Kenya ni umoja wetu. Mzee alibashiri tukahakikisha, vitisho hata vipi sote tutayari. Haki hatukuomba kwani tupoteze. Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu. Kenya ni nchi nzuri kushinda zote, barani hata pwani kwa vutia kote, mashamba hata mbuga ni kunono kote, twaweza kutumia mahali popote. Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu. Pori zetu za Kenya wanyama ni wengi, wageni huwaona na ndonge twapata, ni haki tuwalinde wasiharibiwe, ndiyo sehemu kubwa uchumi wa Kenya. Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu. Wako wapi wabeberu waone haya tuliyoyatimiza kwa miaka? Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu. Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa letu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya, Kenya, Kenya taifa. pamoja. Harambee, harambee, tuimbe pamoja. Harambee, harambee, tuimbe pamoja. Tujenge taifa letu. Sisi wa Kenya hatuna ubaguzi. Sisi wa Kenya hatuna ubaguzi. Sisi wa Kenya hatuna ubaguzi. Kila rangi twaipenda.
Migori County, Bwana Peter.
Harambee, harambee, tuimbe pamoja. Harambee, harambee, tuimbe pamoja. Harambee, harambee, tuimbe pamoja.